The manhwa opens with a man informing the president that the national address will begin in 1 minute. The president glances at his watch and asks if that much time has already passed. His assistant responds that power will soon be restored across the entire country. The president stands, folds his arms, and stares directly into the camera. Introducing himself as President Jang Won-taek, he says that before he begins, he has a request. They must ensure that everyone nearby is watching the broadcast, as many citizens as possible need to see it. He is told that the people meter ratings are skyrocketing even though it hasn't been a full minute yet. He acknowledges that the public must have been deeply distressed by the lockdown and sincerely thanks them for their cooperation. He explains that on July 16th, he declared a state of emergency and imposed martial law. The military has taken control of media outlets and national infrastructure, and many major roads have been shut down. He knows the public is wondering why. He asks his assistant, Lee, if he has a cigarette. Lee jokes that opposition party members will use this against him. The president's hand trembles as he lights it. He then explains the reason for declaring martial law, exhaling smoke as he says it is because he wants everyone to face a dignified end. He states that the scenario from the game's survival life is now unfolding in reality. The asteroid from the game, Yunjambi, is real. According to reports received at dawn, the military failed to intercept it, and it ultimately crashed into the sea near Okinawa. The impact caused catastrophic damage, and tragically, the people of Japan have all been turned into zombies due to spores originating from the asteroid. Worse still, the pathogen is expected to make landfall in their country today, and this apocalypse cannot be avoided. From the information gathered so far, a small number of people, including those known as the Awakened, may be immune to zombification. For them, preparations have been made. For safety reasons, these facilities will only open 1 year from now. Time shelters have been installed at marked locations, and citizens are urged to make their way there. The president then provides guidance on how to deal with the monsters that appear during the early stages. All of this information will also be redistributed through flyers dropped from airplanes. He announces that thermal power plants will soon be shut down. Admitting that he is a man of many shortcomings, he says he believes he has done what was necessary in their final moments. He tells the people it has been an honor to be with them and expresses hope that they can meet again and live well. He begins to thank the anonymous informant who provided the exact D-Day date, but the broadcast suddenly cuts out. A man sitting in a chair remarks that he truly hoped the end would never come. But since it is already here, he says he has no choice but to survive. After all, he is a veteran of the apocalypse. The story then flashes back several months. A man asks his friend if he's ready, and the friend confidently says yes. His name is Payak and his in-game name is Duckbutt. Payak mentions that if he loses today's bet, it will be his 3rd loss in a row. His friend, dressed extravagantly, jokes that losing 3-0 would make him a yellow bean. Another equally eccentric player appears, Survivor 1, referred to simply as 1. 1 complains that his kills keep getting stolen because he's trying to brute force everything. He asks another player if he's wrong, saying he's supposed to be Robin Hood, yet he has the role of Kebop over his head. Kebop responds that they're nothing without flashy moves. To also joins in, saying he's ready to rock their enemies. 1 declares that he'll give them a 1-minute head start, and To replies that he hopes 1 won't regret those words. All of this takes place inside the game's survival life. To and Payak charge straight into the horde. The game is revealed to be an apocalyptic survival title that mixes zombies with fantasy monsters. Its extreme difficulty intimidated even hardcore Korean gamers, yet it shot to the top of the charts upon release. However, the hype quickly faded, and not long afterward, the game was nearly abandoned. After a year, only 4 concurrent players remain. They let Kebop take the final hit, and he thanks them, pulls back his bow, and fires an arrow that blows a hole through the monster's head. This made clear that, despite everything, the game is actually pretty terrible. Once the hunt ends, the bet is over and the group relaxes. One of them asks if there's anything else to play. They respond that, if there were, they wouldn't be standing around making stupid bets. 1 agrees, saying the game is boring but there's nothing else to do. Payak comments that it wouldn't be surprising if the servers shut down today. One agrees, but To says he needs excitement and dopamine and might go gamble on Counter-Strike. Kebop says he told them to take things slowly. One asks if they want to try another game, but To says his body can't handle it right now, and Payak agrees. Kebop then calls everyone over, saying they need to see something. It's been a long time since anyone spoke in chat. A player named Noob appears, asking if anyone is there. The PC tag next to his name confirms he's a genuine beginner. The game now has 5 concurrent players, and one jokes that the game is booming. Kebop gives Noob the tutorial guide, and Noob thanks them, saying they're really kind and that he'll message them again after finishing the tutorial. 2 hours pass. Noob finally says he can't believe this is just the tutorial and that it's too hard, so he's gonna quit. One grows frustrated, saying players always give up in the end. To points out that the developers keep adding content but never consider lowering the difficulty. Payak agrees, saying he has no idea what the developers are thinking. One announces that he's logging off for the day and wishes everyone a good night. Kebop asks if he'll be back tomorrow. After a brief pause, one answers, probably. In that silence, Kebop feels that both To and Payak felt it too. They log out, saying it's time to return to real life and that their journey has come to an end. Kebop says he hoped they would join his stream, but he couldn't let go. Even as other veterans logged in less and less, he stayed behind alone, recording update videos so they could still enjoy the game together. He streamed day and night, waiting for his friends to return. Months passed. Eventually, the tutorial difficulty was drastically lowered, and the early game experience was improved. Alongside the existing zombies and fantasy monsters, new mutated creatures were introduced. Kebop welcomed the massive update, but his friends had already lost interest and never logged in again. In the end, the game was left with only one concurrent player, Kebop. He says the game is hopeless and that he might quit at this rate. Suddenly, someone contacts him, claiming to be from the game's operations team. Before making an announcement, they thank all the users who cherished survival life. Kebop is shocked and wonders if they were just waiting for him to give up. At that moment, a massive monster lets out a terrifying scream. Kebop says he wanted to defeat that monster with his friends before quitting, but it's too late now. He stops the recording and removes all of his gear. After that, he deletes his streaming account, his channel, and everything tied to the more than 5,500 hours he spent playing the game. However, he can't bring himself to throw away the hard drive filled with those memories, so he stuffs it into a storage closet. Only then does Kimbop, whose real name is finally revealed as Kong Sunung Ho, truly begin living his life. Known by the nickname the Burnout Chef, he now works at a restaurant selling, fittingly, kimbap. The reason his ID was Kimbop in the first place was simple. He has been running a snack shop for 3 years now, and business is doing quite well. The shop is located on the first floor of the house he inherited after losing his parents during his second year of high school. The place is called Sun Ho's Tasty Snacks. He calls out to customers, announcing that their food is ready. A woman yells back at him, commenting that business seems to be booming today. Her name is Mikiao. He's never managed to ask her last name, but she's a local hairdresser and a regular customer, and it's no secret that he finds her extremely pretty. She shows him something on her phone and asks if he's seen it. When he asks what it is, she explains that people are saying if you shout status window, one will appear and that kids have been talking about it nonstop. She says she tried it earlier, but nothing happened. He laughs, telling her there's no way something like that could actually work and teasing her for being too gullible. Later that night, he stretches out his hand and shouts, "Status window." First, nothing happens. He mutters that he knew it was too good to be true, until lightning suddenly surges and the window appears. Startled, he blurts out that it scared the hell out of him. Looking closer, he notices that he has no level or points, but his stats are visible, and his trait is listed as Open Private Portal. He feels like he's seen this before. Soon, he realizes it's the status window from Survival Life, though it's slightly different. The game never had a trade system, and he comments that this one seems pretty lame. Still, he decides to test it. When he opens the portal, it materializes right in front of him. He remarks that it's incredible and looks exactly like the labyrinth gate from the game. He wonders if this could really be the game system, but quickly dismisses the idea. If it were real, there would at least be news articles about Zombie. Curious, he looks it up, and freezes when he finds that there actually is one. He starts panicking, telling himself the name could just be a coincidence, and that it's too early to jump to conclusions. But what if it's real? If so, there should be some kind of proof beyond just his portal. He forces himself to stop, realizing it's too dangerous to go in without a plan. After reconsidering, he takes a ladle and sticks it through the bottom of the portal to test what's on the other side. When he pulls it back and sees dirt, he concludes that the destination isn't a labyrinth at least. It could simply be some kind of warp to another place on Earth. He makes preparations and decides it's time to enter. Wearing a backpack filled with supplies, he steps through. On the other side, he's greeted by a breathtaking landscape and wonders if it's real. The weather feels cold, and with no phone signal, he assumes this must be a remote location that's difficult for people to reach. He pulls out a marker and begins drawing symbols on trees. Since there's no way to confirm where he is, he reasons that finding proof is the most important thing, and marking his path will help him return. As he ventures deeper into the forest, he complains about how massive it is and hopes anything will appear. Suddenly, a pair of eyes watches him from the trees. Something leaps past him, startling him badly. Turns out to be a valley deer. He recognizes the name immediately, and combined with the system window appearing, he realizes this place isn't Earth. The deer stares at him for a moment before running away. He admits the intensity of its gaze scared him, but it doesn't seem aggressive. Still, he hasn't found concrete proof of the apocalypse yet. If it had been stone monkeys or humped boars, it would be a different story, since valley deer never appeared in the game. Even so, from that moment on, he has a strong hunch that this space is closely connected to survival life. He forces himself to ignore the thought, wanting to deny that a disaster is coming for humanity. That hope doesn't last long. He soon comes across a golden tree bearing a sun apple. He plucks it, figures it should be safe, and takes a bite. The status window informs him that his stamina has slightly recovered, and a faint golden glow surrounds his body. He notes that the effect is identical to the sun apple juice sold in the in-game shop and laughs, saying that this basically confirms everything. He sits down, noticing goblin traces as well. Telling himself to accept reality, he admits that the end is coming. His sense of déjà vu has turned into certainty. He immediately exits the portal and begins preparing. The first thing he does is retrieve the hard drive he stored away and review his early game footage. He had streamed and recorded everything because he genuinely loved the game, and now he can't believe he has to use it like this. According to the game data, he knows the exact date the asteroid will hit. Checking the current date, he realizes there are only 32 days left until the apocalypse. Reviewing the footage again, he's reminded how unfriendly the game was, packed with frustrating mechanics. The worst of them all was the Iron Death disease, a phenomenon that caused all metal to crumble. It swept through areas infected with zombie spores about 5 hours later, instantly dragging human civilization back to the Stone Age. While the disease eventually subsided depending on the region, it took anywhere from 6 months to a year. For him, however, the Iron Death disease may be irrelevant. Thanks to his private portal trait, it's only a hypothesis, but he believes the phenomenon shouldn't be able to pass through the portal. After finishing his initial analysis, he uses his savings to buy every survival supply he can think of: weapons, food, tools, medicine, and everything needed to live independently. He browses online forums, wondering how everyone can be so carefree when they have status windows just like his. When morning comes, he buys even more supplies. On his way home, he purchases a 60-pound hunting bow. As he walks back, a thought crosses his mind. Maybe he's overreacting. If nothing happens, then it won't matter, and he'll just spend 2 or 3 years earning the money back. Still, when he gets home, he commits fully. He puts up a sign announcing that the shop will be temporarily closed for a few months due to remodeling. He's still unsure whether this is the right choice. It's a decision made almost overnight. Mickey calls out to him, asking if he's really shutting the shop down. He tells her that's not the case, that he's just remodeling. She comments that he must have made a lot of money. He replies that the shop is just old, but he has something important to take care of. He tells her that, if she'll excuse him, he needs to leave. She calls out for him to stop, but doesn't have the courage to finish what she was about to say and instead tells him she'll see him later. He wonders what she was trying to say. It was a moment where he could have easily asked, but he chose to stay silent instead. There were more serious things he needed to focus on. He opens the portal and steps back inside. He explains that his gameplay style has always been that of a planner, someone who carefully creates detailed strategies to overcome challenges. That's why, even among veterans, he lacked physical skill. The reason for this is simple. In the game, stats aren't gained by leveling up, but through the results of hunting and exploration. He sets up a target and draws back the bowstring, wondering if it will really work. He realizes that drawing the bow is much easier than he expected. He's watching a YouTube tutorial on how to use a bow, listening closely as the instructor explains. He readies himself, recalling how it felt to shoot back in the game, and releases his first arrow, hitting the target. He's shocked, wondering if he might have been Legolas in a past life because he can't believe he hit it on his first try. However, he quickly realizes he can only draw the string about 5 times at most before it starts tearing into his hands. Starting today, he decides he's going to go all in on strength training. After finishing the basic preparations, he moves on to the next stage. There are 2 things he needs to take care of. First, he needs to find out whether he can hunt monsters in his current state. Second, he needs to build a hideout where he can store his supplies. Of course, until the weapons and supplies he ordered arrive, he has no intention of doing anything reckless, like trying to overtake a nest or anything similar. He gets another sun apple and reminds himself that preparing for every possible situation is the reason he was able to remain a veteran in the game. He heads back to one of the markers and looks around, saying he's sure it was nearby. After some searching, he finds it and makes his way back to the goblin droppings. The reason he deliberately searched for goblin dung is simple. Goblins are monsters that normally live in groups, so finding a single pile is abnormal. The fact that it contains only seeds suggests the goblin hasn't been eating properly. There's a high chance it was exiled from its group. That's why he has to find it, no matter what. It's not often he gets the chance to test himself in a real fight. As night falls, he hears wolves howling and says that he must be getting closer to the valley. Soon, he spots a goblin near a river and notes that it looks identical to the ones he saw in the game. For reference, goblins mainly use spears and poison darts. They enjoy incapacitating their opponents with poison and then tormenting them, which is exactly why he chose a bow as his first weapon. He tells himself to stay calm. It's an old goblin, and because it was exiled, it might not be carrying a spear or poison dart. His hands begin to tremble, but he tells himself that if he stays calm, he can hunt it. He fires the arrow. The goblin hears the shot, turns, and blocks the attack with its arm, letting out a scream. He says he was aiming for the head, but he's relieved he managed to hit it at all. He knows he should press the advantage, but the goblin throws a rock that knocks the bow out of his hands. He says the goblin must be a seasoned veteran as well. He draws his blade, and the goblin pulls out its own crude knife. They charge at each other. Their blades clash. Sunung-ho pulls back before thrusting forward toward the goblin's head. The goblin ducks under the attack and counters, striking him in the leg. Sun-ho grits his teeth and tackles the goblin to the ground. He raises his knife and drives it straight into the goblin's chest. The goblin tries to push him off, but it's too weak. The life fades from its eyes. He gains 2 points. Panting heavily, he says he can't believe he actually did it. He then notices a small pouch on the ground containing guac powder and vegetable oil. In the game, combining the 2 creates an ointment, so he decides to try it. He tells himself he also needs to bury the body, not only so other goblins won't find it, but also to prevent it from turning into a bone creeper. He groans, thinking about how this reminds him of the mines back then. As he looks toward the river and notices the red trout, something clicks. He mutters that this is bad. His body begins shaking as he turns around and meets the gaze of a massive creature, the owl bear, staring straight at him. He realizes he's in serious trouble. A flashback plays. Sunung-ho greets everyone on one of his streams, saying he'll continue from where he left off after compiling a summary of the monsters that inhabit the forest. Viewers start complaining that it's boring, and he responds by saying he worked hard to prepare the material. A viewer named Bolong Man says he thinks it'll be fun. Sunho thanks him for the donation, and Bolong Man replies that it's nothing, just the money he made gluing his eyes to $1,000 that day as his viewing fee. The banter continues, with a user named Dog constantly changing his username to fit the situation, which everyone finds amusing. Sunung-ho explains that last time they covered goblins and kobolds, emphasizing that bone creepers must be avoided at all costs. He says the most dangerous creatures in the forest are werewolves and owlbears. In particular, the presence of an owlbear means the monster ecosystem in the area is balanced. Looking back, he realizes those were good times. Bolong Man was always enthusiastic. Batman always managed to relate everything back to Bap, Korean food, and Dog's constant name changes always made him laugh. He begins explaining how to fight an owlbear, then stops. He wonders why he's thinking about past memories right now. Maybe this is what people mean when they say their life flashes before their eyes. But for him, it feels more like his old friends are telling him to snap out of it. He pinches his leg and forces himself to think. Owlbears tear apart anything they see when they're hungry. The fact that it's standing there means it isn't hungry. That means there's only one thing angering it. He's invaded its territory, where the red trout live. If that's the case, he needs to find a way out, but only one plan comes to mind. He widens his stance. His mind may still be that of Kimbap, but his body is just his own. Still, if he wants to live, he has to do this. He shouts, telling the owlbear to charge. The creature locks onto him. With an owl's head, its night vision is excellent, but it's weak to strong light. He memorized its patterns long ago. Now he just has to execute them. As it rushes toward him, he tells himself to trust his timing. The only way to create a strong light effect in this situation is to shine it directly into its eyes. He climbs up its arm, presses the flashlight right under its beak, and turns it on. The owlbear lets out a deafening scream as it's blinded. The next morning, his alarm starts ringing. He groans, saying his entire body aches, and turns it off, guessing he must have passed out the moment he lay down. As if fighting a goblin wasn't bad enough, he can't believe he also ran into an owlbear, and he seriously never wants to see one again. He realizes he hasn't eaten anything since before he entered the other world. As he tries to get up, he trips off the bed and crashes onto the floor, saying his legs have absolutely no strength left in them. Then he spots the sun apple inside his bag. He pulls it out and takes a big bite. Thanks to the sun apple's effect, his stamina begins to recover. He says he feels a little more alive now, and that it's time to finally fill his stomach. Later, he looks confused, wondering why Mikiaung is here. She says she came to eat and mentions that this place is her second favorite restaurant. He clarifies that he meant why she's sitting with him, and she replies that it's nice to have a meal buddy. She then asks if he tried the thing she mentioned before. He asks if she's talking about the status window. She confirms it and asks if he tried it. He says that now he understands why she stopped talking that day. She tells him she genuinely believes it's real, pointing out that cash went missing from a convenience store. Sunho immediately realizes it's obvious that she wants to know the truth. He tells her that he tried it, but unfortunately nothing appeared. Given the situation, his actions make complete sense. Not only is his trait not combat-oriented, but his abilities are also suited for solo play rather than teamwork. And in a world where safety isn't even guaranteed, revealing his hand would be no different from shouting, "Please come eat me." Still, the fact that Mikiaung keeps asking about awakening suggests she may have experienced something herself. She suddenly apologizes. He asks her why. She says there's something she lied about. He tells her she seems like a good person and that she doesn't have to explain it right now. There's still time. She can tell him later when she's ready. After that, he heads home. When he arrives, he sees packages being delivered in front of his house. He praises the delivery guys, calling them absolute legends, and thanks them for their hard work. What a Chad. He moves everything he'll need later up to the rooftop, and the items he needs immediately to the second floor. While doing so, he selects the equipment he'll use for today's operation. A gas mask, a fireproof suit, pepper spray, a fire axe, gasoline, a fire extinguisher, plumbing pipes, and a monocular. Today's mission is to secure a space that can serve as a hideout. No matter what, he has to lock one down. When he enters the other world, he says finding a suitable location wasn't difficult. He had already spotted a suspicious-looking area while searching for the old goblin. Peeking through the bushes, he finds it again and says it's absolutely perfect for a hideout. The only problem is that he doesn't know what kind of monster lives inside. As he stares at the cave entrance, he notices footprints and identifies them as belonging to kobolds. This actually makes him happy, as his plan works well against all low-tier monsters. He checks the wind direction and notes that since kobolds are nocturnal, they should still be asleep. For them, this plan is pure poison. He gathers firewood and places it near the cave entrance, then pours gasoline over it. As he's about to light it, some of the kobolds wake up and step outside. They spot him, and he greets them before grabbing his axe and charging straight in. Without a second of hesitation, he slices both of their throats, even cutting one of their heads clean off. He's shocked, saying he didn't think a one-hit kill was possible for him. His level increases, and he now has a total of 4 points. He decides he'll figure out the details later. Right now, he needs to act before the others wake up. He drops his lighter onto the firewood. He explains that in the game, all low-tier monsters shared one weakness: sudden phenomena. While burning them directly would be more effective than smoking them out, as the new tenant, that would make cleanup a nightmare. So the strategy he chose was simple: throw them into confusion first. When they rushed outside to catch their breath, he'd wipe them out in one sweep. He expected at least 5 to come out, since a cobalt pack usually consists of 7, but fewer appear. That means there should be 3 remaining after these are dealt with. They spot him and charge straight toward him. He pulls back his axe and swings, sending one of them flying. The other leaps at him through the air, but he was ready for this. He sprays it with pepper spray, causing it to scream and writhe on the ground. He finishes it by chopping its head off. Walking toward the final cobalt, he notes that the leader is cowering in fear. He calls it pathetic, but says he'll make good use of its hideout before smashing its brains in. He removes his mask, saying he dealt with them pretty easily. That said, with no stamina left, it's incredibly exhausting. Just like in the game, the debuff from exhaustion kicks in. The fact that leveling up doesn't grant stat points makes things even rougher. Still, leveling up unlocks useful systems. Today's haul is huge, and more importantly, he now has a secure space that belongs exclusively to him. Of course, he still needs to clean out the nest first. He begins preparing it, saying that the very first thing he did was clean. The cave is about 15 meters deep, slightly small for a shelter, but absolutely filthy. Maybe because he had just fought such an intense battle, the cleaning felt like the hardest work he'd ever done. He's genuinely disgusted by the kobold's behavior. Still, now that he has a safe space in the other world, he can freely use the portal's properties. This makes everything much easier, since he connects it directly to his bathroom. Even so, the work is so exhausting that he feels like he might pass out. The most surprising discovery he makes while traveling between dimensions is that he can fix the coordinates of both the real world and the other world. That means objects can interact across them. Even while straddling the boundary, he's able to pull a hose from his bathroom straight into the cave and wash it down thoroughly. After cleaning, he says it looks pretty decent, though he'll still need to scrub out the bloodstains and pour concrete on the floor so he can store supplies more easily. The mortar will take a few days to cure, and the sandwich panels will too. That's when he notices some stones and recognizes them as luminous stones and ignition stones. These are essential starter items in the game, making this place a complete gold mine. As soon as construction is finished, he plans to start mining immediately. The next day, with 29 days remaining until the apocalypse, his muscles ache violently. He says he must have seriously overdone it. There isn't a single part of his body that doesn't hurt. He looks down at his arm and notices several small wounds, wondering when he even got them. He says they're not serious enough to waste a sun apple on, though. Still, he has other materials available, so he decides to make an ointment instead. The process is very simple. He mixes the powder and vegetable oil in a 1-to-1 ratio and stirs it until it sets. Once the ointment is finished, the status window notifies him that it will slightly heal wounds. He remarks that, for someone with kitchen experience, this is incredibly easy. He begins applying it to his injuries and notes that it actually does feel like it's healing. Even so, he says it would be a bit much if it's going to be like this every single time. To increase his stats, he has no choice but to keep doing what he's been doing. But at this rate, he feels like he might die before the disaster even begins. He considers switching to a slingshot, which is smaller than a bow but relies heavily on terrain. He also thinks about using a gun, since that would allow him to instantly take down a few enemies at the start of a fight. Then another thought crosses his mind. There's one thing he remembers that isn't a main part of the game's story. It's just background lore, but maybe it could happen in reality as well. Regardless, it isn't useless information. If the same precursor events from the backstory occur, it could be beneficial in many ways, making it worth looking into. After forming a plan, he heads up to the rooftop to prepare for construction. He's genuinely shocked to see that the delivery guy managed to haul all of that stuff up to the rooftop in a single night, calling him the real goat of the series. Luckily, all the bags he ordered are there, which makes the work much easier. He then goes down to the first floor to retrieve the rest of the items he ordered. As he's about to move the packages inside, Mikiaon calls out to him, saying she's glad she ran into him. He wonders if they've gotten closer, since she's dropped formalities, and notes that he's been seeing her quite often lately. She says she's been stopping by every day to eat tekkbokki. He laughs and apologizes, explaining that he's been busy lately with remodeling the shop. She says he definitely looks like it. When he asks what she means, she explains that he used to come in for a haircut every 3 months. He looks at his hair and realizes it's grown long enough that he's had to tie it up. She asks if he wants a haircut right now. He says he needed one anyway, so it works out, and tells her he'd love one. They head to her shop, where she sits him down and asks how he wants it cut today. He tells her to shave it all off. She asks why, and he replies that he wants a fresh start. She says that if that's the case, she'll make it look as good as possible, adding that his shoulders seem broader too. He says he started working out recently and guesses it's starting to show. She then mentions that she heard something, that the status window is connected to survival life. He says that's interesting. She adds that awakeners are supposedly people who have played the game at least once. He asks if that's really true and where she heard it from, but before she can answer, the bell rings as someone enters the shop. It's a man with a snake tattoo on his arm named INH. She asks why he's here at this hour, and he says he came to share more intel. Sunho recalls having fought this guy in real life before because he was extremely loud, and he wonders if this pushy bastard is really her source. INH tells her that someone seems to be trying to monopolize information, deleting all his videos and disappearing. She asks if he's serious. Sunho says that sounds familiar. INH adds that his group is currently trying to figure out where the guy lives. She points out that this sounds illegal, while Sunho continues wondering who they're talking about. INH says they're not in a position to be picky, and that catching that Kimbap son of a bitch and forcing him to share information would be for the public good. She insists that it's still too much. Sunho realizes that from the very beginning, they've been actively hunting him down. INH suddenly grabs her hand and tells her she needs to join their team. She tells him not yet. Sunho says this is ridiculous. He deleted everything because he was disillusioned, not because he wanted to monopolize information. He didn't even have time to think about that. INH yanks the scissors out of her hand and grabs her by the shoulder, calling her frustrating and saying it's just like playing the game. Sunung-ho calls him disgusting for acting like he knows everything. INH snaps back that if that bastard had just uploaded his information, none of this would have been necessary. Sunho wonders why INH is talking as if he's already caught him. INH tells her once again that he can't wait much longer. Sunho wonders if the community really is flooded with bad rumors about him, and if that's the case, maybe he should be the one to explain the information himself. INH tells her to make a decision. Sunho steps in, saying he doesn't know what INH is talking about, but they can talk about it later. INH demands to know who he thinks he is. Sunho gets right in his face and tells him to leave while he's still being polite, unless he wants to be humiliated again like last time. INH falters, clearly intimidated, and says it looks like today just isn't his day. He leaves. Mikyang tells him goodbye and lets out a sigh of relief once he's gone. Sunung-ho suggests they exchange numbers just in case, since that guy is bad news. Back at home, he sets construction aside for the moment. After shaving, he turns on his computer and looks himself up on the forum. He finds that people are desperately trying to identify him in real life, even going as far as sending death threats. The person who leaked the important intel early is also receiving hate, but he notices an ID that looks like the one belonging to the guy who was talking to Mikyang. Sunho calls him insane, wondering if he really went through the trouble of making a verified account just to post this stuff. The posts are filled with curses directed at him, and there are even claims that he's trying to seduce Mikyang. Disgusted, Sunho calls him scum and shuts off the computer. He isn't mentally broken, he's simply sick of people. Strangely, his thoughts feel clearer than before. He opens the portal and spends the next 2 days completely immersed in working on the hideout. He mines stone with a pickaxe to blow off steam, mixes mortar with water, and spreads it evenly across the floor. Once the work is finished, he steps outside to let the mortar dry. As he watches the moon rise, a thought comes to him. An eye for an eye, injustice for injustice. He's not a hero, and he doesn't need a grand mission. In the end, all he needs to do is survive. The moment he turns around after making that resolution, he hears a familiar sound. He turns back, hoping he's mistaken. It's a bone creeper. He curses, unable to believe the son of a bitch showed up now, especially when his mood is already absolute trash. The creature's jaw begins clattering louder and louder until there's a massive explosion. After the blast, Sunho is lying on the ground. His hand twitches as he suddenly jolts awake, confused about what happened. Then he remembers the bone creeper exploded. But the question remains, how did he survive? So he replays everything in his head. When he confirmed the bone creeper's appearance, it was already on the verge of exploding. He barely managed to create distance, and that's probably the only reason he's still alive, but he didn't come out unscathed. When he looks at his arms and shoulders, he sees bone fragments embedded all over them. He opens his status window and sees that his level and points have increased, meaning the system recognized it as a defeat, just like in the game. As he stares at his stats, his vision blurs for a moment, and he mutters that this isn't good. He immediately opens the portal and heads home, starting treatment right away. He pulls out the bone fragments and applies the ointment. After that, he quickly wraps himself in bandages, but the moment he finishes, he collapses onto the couch and passes out completely. He wakes up to sunlight and groans, saying that at this rate he's going to die early. He realizes he should have checked whether the first aid actually worked before falling asleep. When he checks his status window, he sees that his stats have increased, though they're still lower than his usual baseline. Still, it looks like the treatment worked, which is a relief. He then wonders where the bone creeper suddenly came from. The forest is massive, so something appearing out of nowhere isn't that strange, but he figures this means he should raise his perception stat, which improves detection abilities. In the game, there were 2 ways to increase stats. The first was repeatedly performing certain actions to gain experience. The second was obtaining stat-boosting items. However, the game was extremely hardcore. To obtain items with stats, you had to defeat monsters stronger than yourself or monsters tied to special events. And even then, it was pure RNG. When he farmed the same monsters repeatedly, he almost never got what he wanted. He recalls that once, after defeating a high-tier monster, he obtained a skill called Wild Instinct. But of course, it didn't suit him at all. Regardless, what matters now is figuring out how to obtain items in his current situation. To do that, he decides to revisit the background story he remembered earlier. The background story details various phenomena that occurred before the meteor fell. In other words, if things go well, there's a chance to acquire powerful items before the apocalypse even begins. Of course, that only applies if those phenomena actually occur in reality, and if strong monsters appear as well. He checks the history and carefully rereads the background story. After going through it thoroughly, he learns that a total of 3 precursor events are supposed to occur. The last one involves a Russian ship, and before that comes the hobgoblins. There's barely any information on the hobgoblin event, but the very first phenomenon involves discovering an orc's corpse on a mountain. He calculates the timing. If he wants to arrive in time, and since it happens on the afternoon of the 26th, he'll need to get there on the morning of the 25th. He sits up abruptly, saying he needs to prepare immediately. At that moment, Mikiaung calls him. He wonders why she's calling at this hour. They meet at a cafe where she asks if he's okay. He asks why she's worried. She says it's because of his expression, and also because he's wearing long sleeves and pants. He replies that he just isn't bothered much by the heat, but admits it's scary how sharp she is, joking that a woman's intuition is terrifying. She asks if it might be because his haircut was interrupted. He says that's not it either. She sighs in relief and admits she was pretty scared. Sunung-ho laughs and says it's true that he hates that bastard. Last winter, the guy caused trouble after illegally modifying his truck and picked fights with elderly people who looked weak. He calls him a complete asshole. She's shocked and says she had no idea he was that kind of person. Sun-ho explains that she wouldn't know, since it always happened early in the morning. Then he asks her to get to the point. Why did she call him? She says that if it's okay, she needs his ear for a moment. Leaning in, she whispers that she's an awakened. He wonders why she's telling him this and decides to play along, saying he's jealous since he hasn't awakened yet. She apologizes, saying she felt bad about lying. He tells her it's fine, that he never misunderstood her because he knows what kind of person she is. He says he's glad she's been consistently sharing information and talking to him. Thanks to her, he feels a bit better, even if it's hard to explain. He admits he's been on edge because of the remodeling, but he's glad he came to talk to her. That said, he tells her he's going to focus on studying survival life for now. He says he'll see her next time. He reflects that it's good to meet people with decent character, and that talking to her genuinely makes him feel better. After that, he goes online and purchases a drone to scout the forest, as well as renting a car for the trip. He lies down, saying he wants to get some proper sleep to be in peak condition. The next day, as soon as dawn breaks, he begins preparing materials to hunt the orc. Crushing ignition stone requires extreme caution. If struck incorrectly, sparks will burst out. Then there's the luminous stone, which releases intense light. Even through a welding mask, it stings his eyes, but it's reliable, so he endures it. After completing the basic setup for catching an orc, he mixes sugar, gasoline, and various organic solvents with a hardening agent, combining them with powdered ignition stone and resin. He leaves the finished product on a desk inside his shelter, then returns to reality. He checks the rental car storage and comments that renting a car was a great idea as he loads all his equipment into it. Sitting in the driver's seat, he says it's time to go hunt an orc. Before midnight, he finally arrives at the campground parking lot. He spends the remaining time doing image training and checking his gear. Once the next day begins, it's time for the full-scale search. After 2 hours of climbing the mountain and scouting the area, the rain begins to fall harder. On top of that, thick mist rolls in, severely limiting visibility. He wonders where the orcs are supposed to appear. He checks around the campground and concludes that, as expected, the precursor phenomenon just isn't happening. Then he hears it, an orc screaming. He turns, realizing that the phenomenon has actually begun. Unlike the orcs in the game, this one is a red orc, meaning it will drop a skill. He tells himself to stay calm as he lights a flare. If he sticks to his plan, he knows he can take it down. The strategy he devised is simple. First, he uses the orc's aggression to draw its attention. When the orc becomes fixated on the flare and attacks it, he'll take that moment, when its movement stops, to rush in. He opens his portal and slides underneath it, reaching beneath his coat. As his head passes into the portal, he pulls out a homemade flashbang and detonates it, completely blinding the orc while he remains safely inside the portal. He estimates it'll take about 20 seconds for the orc's vision to recover. From that point on, it's a race against time. He lights the fuse of another item within the portal world. His first objective is to stab the orc side while it's disoriented, limiting its movement. He does exactly that. The orc screams and swings wildly toward him. He ducks under the attack and drives his blade into its Achilles tendon. The orc lets out a howl of pain and collapses to its knees. Once the orc is at eye level, it's time for the final step. He reaches into the portal and pulls out the fuse he lit earlier, saying that he needs to shove this straight into its mouth. As he does, there's a massive explosion, and he's blasted backward. He says that even an orc shouldn't be able to survive that, but it slams into him anyway, sending him rolling across the ground. He can't believe he let his guard down like an idiot. He looks up and sees the orc engulfed in flames, but his vision starts to blur. He wonders if this is how he's going to die. Then he hears the level up sound. His level jumps by 3, he gains 10 points, and acquires the skill Will to Survive. He mutters that he's really not built for this kind of stuff, then looks around, wondering where the drops are. He spots something and equips it. It turns out to be a watch that grants +2 perception. He says it was hard to find because of the rain, which sucks. The watch is slightly deformed, but the perception bonus is great. Now, though, he doesn't know what to do about the orc's body. The incident is definitely under embargo, but releasing this information feels like the right thing to do. Still, he's pessimistic. If what Mikyang said before is true, then at least several thousand people have already awakened. And even if only a small portion of them are people like INH, that's more than enough to collapse systems and laws for personal gain and trigger riots. The biggest problem is that if he leaves the orc here, it'll turn into a bone creeper and start harming people as soon as tomorrow. He pauses, wondering why he never considered that he himself might not become a zombie. Even as an awakened, there's no guarantee he wouldn't turn if infected by the spores. He struggles with what the right choice is and can't bring himself to decide on the spot. But one thing is certain. Even for the few who will survive, the world needs to reach an orderly end. He starts digging a hole, wondering how deep it needs to be. He also notes that if his body were in better condition, this wouldn't be nearly as hard. Because of his exhaustion, Will to Survive activates. His combat will, stamina regeneration, health regeneration, and perception all increase dramatically. He says he just needs to finish this quickly, so he has no choice but to move as fast as he can. At first glance, the skill seems incredibly overpowered, but once the effect wears off, he immediately enters the portal. He rushes to his car and drives away, saying his body will need time before it can move properly again. When he finally makes it home, he looks up at the sky and hopes everything worked out. According to the plan, he should have already started building the defensive line, but at least the remnants of the orc have been erased. By now, it's too late to start anything else today. He wonders if he should check the community and take a look at the items he got earlier. He opens a box and finds a large assortment of weapons and tools, getting excited. Of course, in reality, he can only use them as something like an improvised Indian war club for now, but since they're usable, it's not bad. However, he notices that a few items are missing and wonders what happened. Digging further into the box, he finds a note explaining that they couldn't make it through customs. There's a knock at the door. He assumes it's another delivery and tells them to just leave it there. The knocking continues, and he wonders why they're still knocking. He asks if they didn't hear him and opens the door, only to find Mikyang standing there. She apologizes and says it's been a while since they last met, and she wanted to talk to him today. If it's okay with him, she also brought some food so they could eat together. A little later, she's about to sit down, and he says he can't believe she's actually in his house. While it feels unbelievable, he wonders if this could count as them getting closer. She tells him to hurry up and eat, and he replies, "Of course," before asking what she wanted to talk about. She says that since he mentioned he was studying the game last time, she thought they could share information. He thinks to himself that the apocalypse is right around the corner, so it's strange he even considered this as getting closer, but still, sharing information with her is the right thing to do. In an apocalypse, you need good people. After they finish eating, she says she'll quickly take out the trash, and he says he'll get a few things ready. While she's gone, he brings out his laptop and deletes his search history. There's no better way to share information while hiding the fact that he's an awakened than through the community. He starts with a detailed explanation of the disease. He tells her that moving in groups of 6 or more increases the chance of being detected by zombies and monsters, and that perception stats are critical for survival. She asks if that means perception is the most important stat compared to the others. He says that's right, after all it's a survival game. He then tells her he'll show her what he found next. She mentions that, just like he said, it looks like INH was right and Kimbop is receiving a lot of hate. He says he can see that too. She asks why he thinks Kimbop isn't sharing information. Sunho says he's not sure, since he's never played the game, and asks what she thinks. She replies that she honestly understands it. Everyone has their own reasons and circumstances that make sense to them. She brings up INH again and says she turned down his offer. Sunho asks why. She hands him her phone, and he hears a recording of them discussing kidnapping her. Sunung-ho gets furious and says that when a real catastrophe hits and the rule of law collapses, many people will reveal their true nature, which means she can't trust anyone. She asks what about him, then says she wants to form a party with him. He's left speechless and admits that he can't respond easily. One of his goals is to reach level 10 before the tutorial ends and unlock the shop, and that's where the problem lies. The game's system scales monster tiers based on level, meaning that if she traveled with him, she'd almost certainly die a meaningless death. He tells her he appreciates the offer, but says he might turn into a zombie. She replies that she thinks it would still be fine. To prove it, she teleports across the house. She explains that her trait is called Blink, and she'll dodge before he ever tries to bite her. He tells her that's not something she should show other people. She says she showed him because it's him, and also as a sign of trust. Even if they can't be a party, she wants them to cooperate, at least as long as they both survive without turning into zombies. Back in the other world, Sunung-ho says building the fence wasn't difficult. First, he drives the support posts into the ground. Then he wraps the barbed wire around them once or twice and secures it tightly. After that, he installs infrared sensors in several spots. Once everything is done, he says it looks pretty cool and deserves at least more than 1 point in the handiwork skill. Now that the mortar work is finished and the defensive line is complete, it's time to move the packages inside. He finishes moving everything and says that once he divides the interior using sandwich panels, the internal setup will be nearly complete. He suddenly lets out a nasty sneeze. Blow your damn nose. And remarks that, as expected, this world is cold. Feels like late autumn. Since he'll soon have to sleep here, he needs to prepare for that too. While he's at it, instead of using blackout curtains at the entrance, he should build a proper door. He laughs at himself, saying it feels like his to-do list just keeps getting longer. He stopped by a nearby carpentry workshop to request custom work and purchase various items. On his way back, he walked for 5 hours as part of his pre-disease checklist, identifying locations he would need to loot later. He mentally made a list saying that after the hardware store, he would go to the pharmacy and then the motorcycle shop. Someone suddenly called out to him, and Sun-ho recognized the voice, calling the man Hun-jun. He is a gym owner, divorced, with a young daughter, and his nickname is Protein Master. Sun-ho asks if something is wrong, saying Hun-jun looks terrible. Hun-jun replies that he has a lot going on, then asks Sun-ho if he started working out again. He says it looks like the muscle memory Sun-ho built before is coming back. Sun-ho says he's been using his body a lot recently because of the remodeling and asks what's going on with him. Hun-jun says he thinks the world is actually ending. Sun-ho asks if he heard that too, and Hun-jun says yes, explaining that one of his gym members told him about status windows and zombies and asked if he believed it. Sun-ho says he's not sure. Hun-jun says he didn't believe it at first either, but then the guy told him to watch closely and started levitating. Sunung-ho asks if it's really real, and Hun-jun says he saw it with his own eyes. That was 100% a superpower. Sunung-ho says he hasn't awakened yet, and Hun-jun says neither has he. Hun-jun then says the guy told him he was heading to a broadcasting station to hit it big. Sunung-ho asks how his train of thought jumped to that. Hun-jun says he has no idea, but the guy already has a meeting scheduled. Sun-ho sits down beside him and asks whether awakened people will soon be known to the general public. Hun-jun says there's something even crazier. Sun-ho asks what. Hun-jun replies, the shootout. Sun-ho asks what he means by a shootout. Hun-jun asks if Sun-ho really didn't watch the news that morning. Sun-ho says he was busy. Jun says that makes sense and tells him to check the board. Turns out someone reported witnessing a shootout, but afterward the media was completely controlled and everything related to it was deleted. Sunho says that's insane. Jun says he personally watched the news being deleted in real time. Sunho asks where the follow-up reporting is. Jun says the news claimed it was a shooting incident caused by a deserter. But who knows? It's not something that would normally warrant breaking news, yet the entire area is sealed off by the military and police, meaning something is being hidden. Sunho suddenly stands up, saying he just remembered something he needs to do and that he'll visit next time. Jun tells him that if he wants to hear the rest, he should bring protein powder next time. After returning home, Sunho spends a long time organizing his thoughts. The shootout happened the day after the orc incident ended, and the perfectly coordinated media response means the government already knew. But how? Hardly anyone should know the exact timing of the first event. He buried the orc in the other dimension because he wanted a controlled apocalypse. Yet now a shootout happened out of nowhere. It might be excessive speculation, but what if someone shared information with the government early and planned to act starting with the first event? And what if that person, unlike him, didn't have an offensive trait and therefore didn't step onto the front line? He can't be sure who it is, but what he knows for certain is that someone is controlling things behind the government. Sunho narrows it down to the game's creator and 3 veteran players. He doesn't need to think about it much. He rules out the creator, though he doesn't know how they could have done it. Still, the fact that the game is becoming reality means the ones who built the world and the system are the most likely villains. Besides, if the creator were backed by the government, they would never have allowed him to kill an orc. For now, the 3 veterans he played with are the most likely suspects. He wonders if it's survivor number 1. If his theory is correct, then he doesn't need to share information with the government himself. He says that people act differently in games than in real life, so he doesn't know if the real survivor 1 would be the same person he knew, but he does miss his friends. He decides to trust them for now. And it's not like sharing information would stop a catastrophe anyway. 2 days later, he now has real bunker doors installed and a large stockpile of food prepared. He's built a food storage area and an armory and is now waiting for the generator. For Phase 2, he plans to install steel logistics trays and drill through the wall with a hammer drill. However, there's far less space than he expected. The basement waterproofing is finished since he worked on it gradually, but until it fully cures, he can't store anything down there. He'll need to figure out the rest during Phase 2 construction. There's still something important left to do. He launches the drone and says he knew the area was big, but this is basically Amazon-level scale. Drones are overpowered, there's no risk of being ambushed while exploring, real-time mapping is easy, and it's honestly GOAT. After admiring it for a moment, he sets the shelter as the center point and begins full-scale terrain exploration. He learns there are perpetual snowfields in the northwest and an ocean to the south. The ocean has no monsters and plenty of prey, so he should go there and set up fish traps. After finishing the terrain scouting, he examines the valley to study the ecosystems around the shelter. Thankfully, there are no more owl bears. He spots the place where he originally encountered the owl bear, but the corpse is gone. He wonders if the owl bear ate it, since the bone creeper he saw wasn't the goblin. Based on the footprints, it's too early to draw conclusions. Some of them are goblin tracks, which makes the situation suspicious. The distance between the valley and the shelter is about 1.5 kilometers, which might mean the shelter is more dangerous than he thought. Concluding that goblins are nearby, he presses the Return to Home button, since he can't afford to lose his golden treasure. After the return flight, he spreads out the map and marks where the animals are. He says this is a rough map of the area around his base. Now he needs to check each area himself, since that's the only way to get detailed information. Starting with the swamp, he plans to see whether farming is possible. His phone suddenly starts ringing, and he recognizes it as the infrared detectors outside. He says, "Speak of the devil." Looking at a cluster of goblin tracks, he says they have no manners. It doesn't look like a full group, probably 6 to 8 out hunting. They came straight to him on foot. He wonders if his increased perception stat is the reason, since every sound feels louder than usual and he was able to detect them while hiding. They appear to be fighting over food, and there's a leader among them. Sunho says this is the perfect ambush angle. He draws his bow and fires his first shot, hitting the leader directly in the forehead and killing it instantly. The remaining goblins panic and begin screaming. Amid the confusion, Sunho takes the opportunity to fire again, killing another one. The rest turn and charge toward the direction the arrow came from. As they get close to the bushes, he readies his fire axe and swings, cutting one of their throats and killing it. Leaving the axe lodged in its neck, he draws his blade and quickly finishes off another one. He then pulls out a machete, and seeing that there are 4 left, he asks them what they plan to do. They fire poison darts, but the darts bounce off his armor. He remarks that they're being rude when someone is talking. 3 of them rush him but don't attack. Instead, they surround him. He realizes that melee must be their last resort since the poison didn't work, and that's perfect for him. He reaches into his pocket and throws something onto the ground. A blinding light flashes, causing all of them to drop to their knees, coughing and spitting. He says the status effect landed properly. Now it's time to finish it. In an instant, he cuts off all 4 of their heads with lightning speed. He levels up to level 4 and gains 16 points. He says he only attempted it because they were weakened by confusion, but he's still surprised that it worked. A little later, Sunung-ho comments that this is exhausting, but he finds it amusing that his will to survive skill didn't activate during combat, but instead while he was digging. He notes how absurdly efficient the skill actually is. Even so, the activation wasn't wasted. Unlike with the orc, his health only dropped slightly, and he was able to confirm that the recoil isn't severe. He finishes burying all the corpses and says he should check his loot and find some fruit to restore his health. He notes that he's never seen it before it was ground into powder. Judging by the amount of vegetable oil present, there might be a nearby location where it can be harvested. He decides to check the boss's pouch and is shocked by what he finds. A toad. He wonders why it would be carrying a living one instead of a dead one. He sniffs it and says he can tell from the smell of the green liquid oozing from it that this is the paralysis poison goblins use. He says he absolutely has to raise it. More than anything, it's cute. And being able to extract paralysis poison means he'll have chances to raise his poison resistance, while also making hunting easier. He names it Jadak and tells it he'll give it plenty of food. A status window appears, stating that he has named the toad. Due to its sleeping state, he has forcibly succeeded in empathizing with it, and it is now considered his property. He says this is insane because he doesn't remember anything like this existing in the game. He suggests it might be a hidden gimmick added because this is reality now, like his portal gate. Maybe there was an update during the week he wasn't logged in. But that doesn't make sense because who would update the game right before shutting down the servers? He tells himself to stop thinking about it for now and continue exploring. He moves back and forth through the gate, reorganizing, until he finally heads out to explore the surroundings. He discovers a spring that the drone couldn't detect and says it's really beautiful. He scoops up some water with a ladle, saying he was worried, but it turns out to be normal water. This solves the problem of finding drinking water nearby, meaning he doesn't need to rely on the swamp. Just as he expected, there are other items as well, vegetable oil and the fruit he found earlier. He gathers all the fruit and harvests an appropriate amount of vegetable oil, but deliberately leaves a good portion behind. He places markers everywhere so he won't forget the route to this location, then heads back. The next day, we hear him cheering Jadak on, telling it to open its mouth as he feeds it. Jadak munches happily, and Sunho says he's decided to raise it on the 2nd floor for now. Toads live best in environments between 18 and 25 degrees Celsius, and if he left it in the hideout without proper heating, it would probably die. Jadak spits some poison into a cup, and Sunho calls it cute. He says that aside from taking care of Jadak, he still has many things to do. Among them, the task that took the longest was making ointment. No matter how he looks at it, he made far too much. He can't give it to Mikiang, who isn't awakened, and he doesn't know what to do with it. After thinking it over, he decides he can give some to Hun Jun. We see Hun Jun chugging a protein shake, saying that, as expected, the ones Sunung-ho makes are the best. Sunho laughs and says he knows he's a little late. Hun Jun tells him it's fine. since he honestly expected him the next day and was a bit disappointed. Sunho says that even though he's late, he didn't come empty-handed. Hunjun laughs, saying he didn't expect an entire container of protein, then asks what the ointment is for. Sunho says he bought too much and that it's good for treating wounds. Hunjun asks if he's running some MLM nonsense. Sunho says of course not. Hunjun thanks him for also sending information related to the game. Sunungho says he's the one who should be grateful. If it weren't for Hunjun, he wouldn't have known about the shooting incident. He comments that the gym is unusually quiet. Hunjun explains that everyone went to make plans. Sunho asks what he means, and Hunjun says the guy who went to the broadcasting station appears to have spread information to the members before leaving. At their request, they decided to use the gym as a base. Sunho asks how many people will be staying there. Hunjun says 20. Sunho asks if he read the information properly, since more than 6 people is dangerous. Hunjun says they don't have a choice, they have to try. They're all members and he can't abandon them. Sunho remarks that, as expected, Hunjun is loyal. Hunjun asks what Sunho plans to do. Sunho says he'll think about it more. Hunjun tells him that since he's a non-awakened, if he doesn't have anywhere else to go, he can come here. Suddenly, they hear a scream outside. Sunho reacts first, telling Hunjun to let him take a look. He opens the window and looks down, shocked by what he sees. Mikiaung lying there. She slowly opens her eyes, and Sunho asks if she's conscious. She asks why he's there, and he says that's what he wants to ask her. He asks if she remembers anything. She says she doesn't remember clearly, only that someone suddenly attacked her. Hunjun gets angry and tells Sunho to stay with her. Sunho says they should figure things out first. We also learn that Mikiaung used to go to the gym with Sunho. Hunjun says he'll check the surrounding area. While Sunho is annoyed, he asks Mikiaung if she remembers anything about her attacker. She says she doesn't. Everything suddenly went dark. She knows the explanation sounds strange, but it wasn't like someone covered her eyes. It just went dark. Sunho gets frustrated and asks if they already started moving. He tells her that if anything like this happens again, she needs to use Blink immediately. She asks if he knows something. He tells her she must use it. He'll also send her self-defense equipment and tells her to make sure she carries it. From now on, she needs to be extremely careful. Sunho explains that for a long time there was a famous meme saying that if 5 people gather, one of them is trash. That's because trolls exist everywhere, especially in games where there's no interface beyond patch notes. In those environments, it was even worse. Trolls would join teams while pretending to be normal users, then lure parties into monster-infested areas and wipe them out. They would approach newbies while acting kind, then kill them and steal their items. They also committed various strange actions, such as deliberately creating conflicts between parties to make them fight each other. When you combine the number of trolls with how unpopular the game already was, they played a major role in causing it to completely fail. Of course, one of the reasons the number of users dropped to 4 was because the remaining players severely disciplined the few trolls left. If it seems sudden that he's explaining all this, it's because now is the perfect time for trolls to run rampant. He's explaining this to someone while summarizing the information he's gathered so far. After the shootout, the Awakener communities became integrated. They weren't just sharing information anymore, they were also plotting schemes. There were even people selling his videos. He recognizes one of them immediately, saying that bastard was definitely a troll named Dao Jason. The guy claims he's selling footage of Sunho carrying him, but Sunho says he never carried anyone. He thinks the guy is probably baiting people using spliced footage, though he admits it's oddly impressive. He wonders how someone even comes up with this kind of nonsense. He concludes that the only way to fight back against people like that is to increase his training time. For 13 days, whenever he had free time, he consistently studied weapon usage and real combat techniques on YouTube. Up to this point, however, everything he's dealt with has focused on fighting monsters, including defending the hideout. Many weapons and strategies didn't account for the disease at all. Starting today, he decides to choose a main weapon that can still be used if the disease spreads, something suitable for both anti-personnel combat and monster extermination. He begins sorting through all his equipment and realizes that when all conditions are considered, there are almost no weapons he can realistically use. He decides to test the slingshot first, since it has high utility in many situations. He aims at a target and fires, but the projectile simply bounces off the side. He notes that the beads lack serious power. Eventually, the only option left is the Indian War Club. Once the disease is taken into account, the logic becomes simple. The easiest way to deal with zombies is to crush the spores lodged inside the skull using a blunt weapon. The first item he plans to buy from the level 10 shop is a blunt weapon called the Ebonywood Club, so he needs to raise his proficiency. However, he's unsure whether it's effective against people as well. The situation feels too ambiguous. If he encounters a psychic awakener, he wouldn't even be able to lift a finger. Still, he won't hesitate because in survival life, killing a human granted 50 points. He closes his eyes and begins imagery training. He recalls the murderer system, where players registered as murderers were forced into death matches with nearby users. While this system prevented rampant abuse, there were still plenty of people who killed others for points, even if it came with demerits. He tells himself that people like that deserve zero mercy. He snaps out of it, panting as he stares at the training dummy. Even so, he decides it's best to avoid those kinds of encounters until he finishes farming items and skills. While he's at it, he plans to dismantle the store entirely and install a detector on the second floor. Suddenly, he hears howling and wonders why he's hearing a wolf at this hour. After thinking about it, he assumes one may have been injured near his hideout. A little later, wearing protective gear, he approaches and sees that the wolf is large enough to ride. It's a gray wolf. Its breathing has already stopped. More importantly, it died near his hideout. He doesn't know whether it was a stray wolf or one that came down after being attacked. To learn more, he decides to inspect its wounds. As he does, something suddenly leaps out of the bushes behind him and strikes his back. He realizes that what hit him is the wolf's cub. He doesn't know what to do. He can't forcibly separate a cub behaving like this, but he still needs to bury the mother quickly. If the wolf was a monster, it will become a bone creeper. If not, it could attract other monsters. He digs a massive hole and looks down into it, joking that he can almost see China. The cub reminds him of his younger self, and he's reminded of his childhood dog, Munchie. He picks up the cub, lets it bite his neck, and tells it that it needs to listen carefully. He explains that its mother will be sleeping here. He promises to build a small dog hole in the hideout so it can visit whenever it misses her. He also promises to make sure it doesn't starve until it's fully grown. In return, the cub will help him with its sense of smell. He waves a treat after giving the cub a bite and asks whether it's going to come with him or not. The cub gets excited, and Sunung-ho says that must be a yes. He names it Dingo and tells it he'll be counting on it. A status window appears, stating that he has successfully named the wolf and communicated with it. The wolf is now considered his property. Later, Sunho says in one word that his kid is a genius. He tells Dingo to do it again just like he taught him. He trains it to shake hands, turn around, sit, lie down, and stay quiet. He then tells it to wait, backs away, pulls out a treat, and throws it into the air, telling Dingo to jump. Dingo runs onto a nearby box, jumps off it, and snatches the bone out of the air. Sunho says it must be because it's a creature from another world, and it's also excellent at scent tracking. He calls it the best blessing he's received so far. He picks it up and kisses it, saying that at this rate it'll grow too big for that. He then receives a phone call from Hyunjin. Sunung-ho notes that it's unusual for him to call first. Hyunjin tells him to search for levitation online. When he does, he sees the man Hyunjin mentioned performing a live demonstration for everyone. The article reaches number 1, and the comments are filled with people asking whether it's real. Sunung-ho says that many of the comments are from ordinary people who have nothing to do with the situation. However, there are also some awakened individuals calling the man a smooth brain for revealing his trait to everyone. Sunho finds it hilarious that people curse others for not sharing information, yet get angry when the information they know is spread. Still, he wonders how the government will respond to this. It looks like some people are trying to use shock and superpowers as an excuse to hold rallies. He decides not to dig too deeply into it, because once the second event happens, the Hobgoblin incident, he'll naturally be able to see the government's stance and direction. For now, he needs to make better use of his time. He apologizes to Dingo, saying that starting today, they need to begin exploration immediately, because thorough preparation is the only answer for him right now. Sunung-ho asks Dingo if he's ready. Dingo wags his tail and barks, clearly understanding. Sunung-ho explains that out of everything he could do, the reason he chose interdimensional exploration is simple. First, he needs to prepare for the upcoming Hobgoblin event. To do that, Dingo needs to properly imprint the scent of goblins. He leads Dingo directly to a hiding spot based on scent, and Sunho says it's better than he expected. Next, he needs to see whether Dingo can remain calm during live combat while also following commands. He sends Dingo forward, and Dingo immediately dashes toward a rabbit. Sunung-ho says that right now, he's trying to confirm whether hunting is possible in the other world as well. Dingo successfully catches the rabbit. Sunung-ho walks over, saying that last time it ran away so he couldn't properly check. Judging by the animal's size and claws, the creatures here are definitely stronger than those on Earth. After that, he continues exploring. One question keeps running through his mind: what would Dingo's intelligence stat be like? They head toward the valley, and at that moment, his health increases by 1. He's a little surprised, considering his health stat used to be 170 back when he was Kimbop. He's growing faster than he expected. Dingo begins panting, and Sunung-ho quickly runs over with a bottle of water, telling him that he said not to move alone in the forest. He realizes the burning sensation must be because Dingo ate something, and he recognizes it as a bull pepper. He tells Dingo he did great and promises to give him lots of treats later. With that harvest finished, they move on to their final hunt near the river. Sunung-ho asks Dingo if there are any scents or presences. Dingo shakes his head, signaling no. Sunho says that red trout aren't classified as monsters, so they don't give points or items, but for a curious, growing dingo, the experience alone is worth it. Sunung-ho spears one, saying that they can now finish preparing for Phase 2 construction and head home. The next day, a sign is being loaded into the back of a truck. The construction worker says that wraps up the demolition and tells him to contact them if any repair issues come up. Sunho thanks him for working so hard in the morning, then looks back at his shop and says it hits hard now that it's been taken down. He walks inside, saying it was a necessary decision. If someone is lucky enough not to turn into a zombie, then looting shops will be natural. The same applies to him. If he survives, he'll scavenge too. He has no right to complain. Still, he says he should at least clean up. Hyunjin walks in, saying he guesses everyone's thinking the same thing, since he also left only the bare minimum of equipment yesterday. Sunho asks why he's here. Hyunjin flicks his forehead, saying Sunho left him on read yesterday, so he came to check whether he was dead or alive. Dingo starts barking at him. Hyunjin asks if Sunho always had a husky. Sunho replies that his previous dog died a long time ago, and Dingo is a new pet he brought home. Hyunjin says Dingo is adorable. Sunho still wonders what he's really doing here. Hyunjin repeats that he came because he was worried about whether Sunho was alive. Sunho asks if that's really all. Hyunjin says it's not. He also figured out who the people were that attacked Mikiyoung. A little later, they sit down, and Sunho asks if he's saying that the party Cole June formed was targeting Mikiyoung. Hyunjin confirms it and adds that INH is part of that group as well. He then points to the mountain behind them, saying that's where their hideout is supposedly located. Sunho asks how he figured all of this out. Hyunjin tells him that everything just lined up perfectly. Sunho asks him to explain, and Hyunjin says that he simply asked the guy who can levitate, Jin-sung, just in case. Jin-sung told him that he had met with Cole Jun's group before, but all of them seemed like bad people and their personalities clashed badly, so he refused their offer. After Mikiyoung's incident, female members started saying they wanted to leave the party. When Hyunjin asked what happened, they all said they had received offers from Awakener parties. He asks Sunho if it clicks now. Sunho says it does. Unlike Mikiyoung, they must have been tricked into joining. Hyunjin says that their party is now down to 4 members. Sunho is shocked, since there were 20 just a few days ago. Hyunjin says he can't say he doesn't understand. Honestly, his own party only has 2 awakeners. Sunho remarks that it's ironic, they did them a favor and this is the result. Hyunjin says that's just how things are, and people only look out for themselves. More importantly, Hyunjin says he's worried about someone named June, and he debates whether he should call his ex-wife. Sunung-ho says he forgot that Hyunjin's situation is different from his, which is why he needs to ask whether his thinking is really correct. He tells him there's something he's curious about and asks what he would do if people started threatening him once the apocalypse arrives. Hyunjin answers that they'd have to kill him. His principle is not to harm others, but that's a given. In a disaster without the rule of law, absolute evil has no value in being kept alive. He adds that it's not like Sunho to ask something like that. Sunung-ho says it just sort of came up. Suddenly, Sunho's phone starts going off like crazy, blaring a help alarm. Hyunjin says it scared the hell out of him and recognizes the sound as a lost child help alert. Sunho looks down at his phone and tells Hyunjin to watch Dingo for a minute. It was Mikeong who pressed the button. We see INH and his group harassing her. She says she refused them, but they keep following her, asking why they're doing this. INH tells her to think about it one more time. Another man steps forward, saying he'll handle it his own way. It's Cole June. There's also another guy whose name isn't remembered, so he's just called Skinny. Skinny says this is a redevelopment area, so no one's going to come. Cole June tells her to stop wasting her energy and not forget that they have traits too. We see Sunho hiding nearby with weapons as Cole June says he'll count to 3. As he starts counting, Sunho loads his slingshot and pulls it back right before 3, firing it. The shot flies straight and hits Cole June in the shoulder, causing him to drop his bat. INH and Skinny turn, wondering who it is. Sunho charges in, asking why she would ever answer them in the first place. He swings upward, striking INH's chin and sending him flying backward. He then turns to Skinny, who has a purple aura around his hand. Sunho realizes that must be his trait, and since the color is black, it must be the one that blocked Mikeong's vision. He strikes him on the back of the head with a club, sending him flying into a wall. Sunho starts panting and asks Mikeong if she's okay. She shouts back, warning him to watch out. Cole June leaps at him from behind in a surprise attack. Sunho narrowly dodges, but the blow cracks his helmet. He's shocked by how much power it had even though it barely grazed him. Cole June recognizes him and says he's going to make him pay today. Sunho can't believe it, saying that their traits are way too overpowered this early. Cole June tells his men to get ready because they're going all out. INH agrees and begins releasing lightning as he walks towards Sunho, saying this is what he deserves. Sunho hesitates, wondering what to do and whether he really has to use the dimensional gate. INH starts rushing in, but so does Dingo. Dingo bursts out of the alley, bounces off the wall, and bites down on INH's arm. Hyunjin says this isn't appropriate in the middle of the day and suggests they leave immediately if they don't want to cause a scene. As he calls the police, he asks them what they think of his offer. Cole June says they'll retreat for today. Hyunjin scoffs, saying he can't believe how cocky they are despite being so scrawny. He asks Sunho if he's okay. Mikeong teleports down from the roof and asks if he's hurt. She rushes over, grabs his helmet, and asks if he's really okay. Hyunjin asks if he wants a piggyback. Sunho wonders why To and Payak are overlapping with these people in his mind. Mikeong insists they go to the hospital, but Sunho says he's fine and doesn't have time to lie down. He asks Hyunjin if it's okay for him to take Mikeong into his group. Hyunjin says that if she's okay with it, then he is too, they already have a connection. He says he'd be happy. Mikeong says that if Sunho is okay with her, she'd be thrilled. Sunung-ho says he needs to take care of something and that he'll see them next time. As he walks away, Hyunjin and Mikeong wonder what's wrong with him. After returning home, Sunho organizes his thoughts and brings forward his plan for the second stage of preparation. His sudden departure was unavoidable. Seeing the two of them made him feel like he could confide in them about his ability, but that choice was impossible. To maximize the privilege of having the gate, he needs to level up, farm skills, and overwhelm everyone with that power. That realization became even clearer while fighting Cole Jun's group. If he prepares for the apocalypse according to his plan, there will be a level gap of 3 or more. That gap would strengthen the monsters respawning around him and make it harder to party with the two of them. He continues his work and eventually finishes installing a wood-burning stove in his hideout. He says that now he can sleep well even if it gets extremely cold. He can tell Dingo likes it too, since Dingo falls asleep right next to the fire. Sunho says that once the remaining supplies arrive and are installed without issue, the initial hideout setup will be almost complete. And since he's already come this far, he decides he might as well pull an all-nighter tonight. The timeline isn't specified, but later on the news, there's an update about the asteroid. NASA announces that Yunjiang has reached the midpoint of the solar system, though they are still closely tracking its trajectory. They also reveal that Jupiter's gravity caused the meteorite to split, introducing a variable into their calculations. In response, Thomas Chandler, head of the observation department, states that the two fragments are named Yunjiang Alpha and Beta, but neither poses any threat to Earth. Sunung-ho says he now understands what happened. 5 days before the apocalypse, Yunjiang Beta was the first to fall. Landing near a Russian ship, the resulting tsunami swept the ship ashore at a Korean port, marking the first appearance of zombies in their country. The backstory had seemed a bit strange before, but now he understands why. Next on the news, following a shootout, a tech worker reportedly hasn't left his office residence for a week. In response, opposition party leaders issue a joint statement announcing their agreement to hold a hearing. Some speculate this is connected to rumors about the Awakeners and the disaster. Sunho reflects that it really is the end of the world. But the one positive is that the media has taken an interest. This has made it harder for Awakeners to commit crimes. And he wonders how the community is reacting. We see people discussing plans to rob a bank the next day and other wild ideas. Sunho notes there are some crazy opinions, but that's about it. Then something catches his eye. He recognizes one of the names, My Dream, a player well known for being kind to noobs and someone he had played with several times. It turns out My Dream built a bunker, and Sunho thinks that if it weren't for the Portly, he might have been tempted to join. However, there's no news that My Dream's veteran friends have joined him. He won't be the one to initiate contact but decides to bookmark it for now, then says it's time to finish constructing the second shelter. The next day outside, Sunung-ho wonders if it's really possible to pull 2 all-nighters in a row. He feels like he'll pass out the moment he closes his eyes. Still, seeing how well the exterior turned out gives him a lot of energy. Now it's time for the main event. Using the electricity generated by the solar panels is much more complicated than it seems. Starting with converting DC to AC, he has to go through several wiring processes to make it compatible with electronic devices. We see him plugging in his phone, hoping it works on the first try. And it does. He says, "This is great," and starts shaking. Finally, the foundation for survival in his other world is properly set. Having made a pretty nice little room, he feels a rush of dopamine for the first time in a while. And with good reason. After digging further, he found a mineral harder and sharper than obsidian where he gathered the stones. He discovered a Morris. Though it's pretty much useless for now, it's better than nothing. He says he'll install the LED lights later tonight. Before going to sleep, he needs to organize the food supplies. Then he hears Dingo barking and wonders what's going on. He heads outside with his gear, asking Dingo what's wrong. What he sees surprises him, a red wolf and a pack of other wolves with it. Sunho says he doesn't know why creatures that live in high-altitude areas are here, but judging by how angry Dingo is, these must be the ones who killed his mother. He tells Dingo to be quiet, but of course Dingo can only see red. Sunho says he's in trouble and frankly has no way to defeat them right now. If he moves from here to get a proper weapon, he'll be showing his back and they'll tear him limb from limb. In that case, only one option remains. The solution he came up with was to make the Alpha leave this place and have the rest of the wolf pack leave on their own. There's a reason he judged this to be possible. They are very cautious. Only after the Alpha wolf makes the first move will they feel safe. He says they have a habit of launching coordinated attacks and, like any wolf, are vulnerable to strong scents. Fortunately, he has the pepper spray he used on the cobalt in his pocket. In other words, he can spray it on the Alpha. While it won't kill it, it will drive it out of his shelter, but if it charges at him, he'll be the first to go down. He doesn't know if he can stop it and hit it with the spray in time. Then it clicks. He says he doesn't know if it's possible, but theoretically it is. He has no choice because if he backs down here, the shelter he worked so hard to build will be destroyed. He yells at the Alpha, rears back his hand, and throws his knife forward. The Alpha dodges the attack, growls at him, and leaps straight toward him. As it flies in close, Sunho opens a portal and closes it instantly, causing it to hit its head. He then pulls out the spray and lets that thing rip. The Alpha begins spitting bile and Sunho runs in shouting, "Not yet!" He grabs it by the neck and stabs it straight in the eye. It then distances itself and runs away, causing the pack to follow. Sunho sits down and sighs with relief, saying he thought he was going to die of fear. Dingo runs over and Sunho tells him to stop being a baby and just wait a little longer. He'll definitely avenge his mother. He returned and finished organizing his basement, then went out to the hardware store and pharmacy, wanting to at least complete the minimal defenses before going to sleep. He had now been awake for 68 hours straight. He remarked that, in a way, he had gotten off easy. If they had been werewolves, there would have been no chance at all. Reflecting on it again, he realized he had been complacent, focusing only on the nearby living monsters he had seen while completely ignoring other variables. Since things had come to this point after conducting more drone surveys, it would be better to expand the land and build a shelter. That way, he could secure more space for farming and storing supplies. Hunjun spotted him across the road and called out to him, but Sunho was still lost in thought, saying he needed to build a moat to establish a second line of defense, while also adding more beacons to extend the reception range of his infrared laser. Hunjun called out again. Sunho asked what he was doing here. Hunjun replied that he wanted to ask him the same thing, and Sunho said he had come to buy something. Hunjun asked if he had come to buy weapons, too. Sunho questioned why anyone would buy weapons at a hardware store. Hunjun explained that it wasn't him but one of his team members who wanted to buy them. Then there was a brief recap. It turned out Hunjun had found his team member hanging around the hardware store but was now stopping her from buying weapons. Hunjun told Sunho that she simply didn't believe him, and Sunho asked why he hadn't just shown her the initial summary he had given her. Hunjun said, "Of course he showed her, but she can't accept the disease itself." Sunho then said, "Forget all that. This girl keeps staring at him without saying anything." Finally, she spoke, saying she recognized him and that he was the owner of the restaurant. Sunho confirmed that was right. She asked what had happened to him, as the atmosphere around him had completely changed. She apologizes, saying she might have been rude, and pulls out her card, introducing herself as Jo Su-yen. Sayo introduces himself as well and takes her card, surprised to learn she is a certified doctor. After discovering she was a doctor, just as he had done with Hunjun and Mikiao, he taught her the basic knowledge about the game. She admits she honestly doesn't really understand because, from a scientific perspective, there's no clear answer in game settings. Sunho responds that it's a game after all, and she agrees that's the part she understands but insists there's more she needs to know. When Sunho asks what more, she says she knows he's an awakener. Sunho asks why she thinks so, and she explains his explanations carry a certain certainty, and as she listened, that thought suddenly occurred to her. Sunho laughs, saying there's no way, and adds once more that a woman's intuition is terrifying. Su-yen thanks him, saying he was a huge help and that he seems very trustworthy. Hunjin wonders what the difference between the two of them is, and she asks if he's really that clueless, saying they have different depths. Essie then tells Sunho she wants to be friends with him. The next day, we see Sunho excited in his bunker, saying he attached a spear blade to a shaft and it looks really good. With this, his main tool setup is complete. He tells Dingo that today's the day they'll go avenge his mother, even if it's not really revenge. He says if someone discovers their hideout, they have to find and kill them as soon as possible, and he's sure Dingo understands he's going to be pulling his weight today. He even got Dingo a small gas mask. They then head out to their hideout, but Sunho is confused because there are only 4 wolves and he doesn't even see the alpha. Then he says he understands now as he looks through his monocular and sees the owlbear tearing apart the alpha. He says that as long as he keeps his distance, his neighbor is quite reliable, and a maned wolf pack that has lost its alpha is very easy to handle. It's as if their brains have been removed, leaving their coordination terrible, which allows him to take them down one by one. He shoots one with a net launcher and the wolf begins screaming. Sunho says he'll put it out of its misery immediately, killing it and earning 3 points for the kill. The other wolves spot him running away from the trapped one and start chasing him. One takes the initiative and leaps straight at him, but he pepper sprays it as the other 2 flank him. Sunho pulls back his spear and stabs one directly through the chest while the other attacks from behind. He realizes the attack but decides to trust Dingo, who comes in headbutting the attacker. Sunho praises Dingo, saying good job, and tells him that from now on, he'll finish the rest himself since he just needs to make sure they're dead. He gains more points and levels up to 5. Now, additional effects have been added to his trait. Curious, he wonders what these new effects are. We see that he has gained the abilities of transparency, which allows the door to become invisible to others, and projection, which shows the scenery beyond the door. He can also hear sounds from the projected location. Sunho thinks that's cool and opens the door immediately, becoming even more amazed as he can see inside his house. He wonders if the transparency is automatically enabled and says this is insane. He had been worried about what would happen if a dungeon gate resembling a dimensional door appeared later, but this eliminates those inconvenient aspects and compensates for many weaknesses. If this effect appeared at level 5, it means more effects will likely be added. He had never really considered the level before, unsure if the skill would grow, but now he thinks he should pay even closer attention to the events that will soon unfold. But before that, he still has more to accomplish, and he needs to bury these wolves before they turn into creepers. Oh man, we're back in the mine. There's a 2-day time skip since the wolf subjugation. During that time, he accomplished a lot. First, back in the other world, He conducted another ecological survey. Within a radius of about 1 kilometer, only various animals were present. He confirmed once again that there were no monsters. Then he received information about a goblin nest 3 kilometers away. Nest that large probably contains hobgoblins, so it would be too difficult for him to tackle right now. After gaining confidence in his safety, we see him with a chainsaw, declaring that it's time to begin. He started clearing the surrounding bushes and trees to level the area and transform the hideout into a shelter. With Dingo's help, they made a large circle 30 m in diameter. I wonder if he could fit a mini excavator through his portal, but he says he plans to set up 2 layers of circular barbed wire fencing and dig a moat outside. He's looking down at it, saying it probably needs to go 2 m deeper. Of course, all this is done while monitoring the situation in real time through the dimensional gate. In reality, he began by buying various materials from distant hardware stores. He visited a large home improvement store for a commercial-grade tool set. Then on the way home, he checked out Chelgen's hideout. He rented a motorcycle and a mini excavator. Holy shit, I spoke it into existence. Also, thanks to Jadak, he has been injecting a certain amount of poison daily for resistance, and it finally accumulated enough to use on a weapon. Right now, though, he's extremely flustered as he reads a post saying this is shit. Dream says that one joined his group. Sunho wonders if that means the shootout, the government's media control, and the president's behavior of not leaving the residence are all just coincidence. But no matter how much he thinks about it, it doesn't make sense. The reason he judged that one would be beside the president wasn't just because he guessed one would know about the event, but because one was an item collector who definitely would demand a massive shelter in exchange for info. Among the candidates worth cooperating with, he assumed one would choose the president, who had the highest authority. The possibility of it being a bluff was somewhat high, but why would Dream do that? It was confusing, yet dragging it out wouldn't solve the problem. If one really joined Dream's side, he'd have to change his plans too. Sunho headed to a PC cafe, creating a fake ID for the game and a VR ID. He messaged Dream, asking if they could hop into chat. Sun Keiho said if he didn't reply soon, he'd have to postpone. Dream said not many people knew his ID and asked where they should go. Sunho wondered if maybe he was actually unemployed, then told him to go to the White Room. They continued their brief conversation, and Sun Keiho said it was time to see if Dream was the real deal or a fake. We see Dream entering the White Room. He thanked him for the invitation but said this wasn't very pleasant. Sunho asked why. Dream told him that even though he came into VR chat at his request, he was still maintaining an unknown alias and wearing a ridiculous mask. Sunho apologized, saying he wouldn't gain anything by being chummy with him. Dream asked if that meant he was a veteran. Sunho said he could be, but he also might not be. Dream said very well. He'd ask 3 questions. If he answered them correctly, he'd acknowledge him. Sunho said, bet. Then Dream asked, what's the maximum vertical jump height of a werewolf? Sunho answered, 3 m. Dream asked about the owlbear's weakness. Sunho said, surely you're kidding. It's light. Then Dream asked about the evolution stages and forms of zombies. Sunho said zombies don't have infection abilities. Instead, they consume nutrients. When nutrients accumulate, they transform into ghouls, but before that, some become enhanced zombies. Dream says that's a good thing. Then he asks how many events are supposed to happen in reality. Sunho replies that he doesn't intend to tell him, and Dream laughs, saying he truly is one of the veterans. Sunho tells him to shut up and says this should be enough proof to call one over because if it's real, he'll join too. Dream says, fortunately, he can't do that. Sunho asks why not. Dream replies, by the way, the weather is really nice today, and I have a feeling something is about to happen. Sunho says it sounds like nonsense meant to buy time. Then he realizes, saying Dream must have been tracking his IP the entire time. As Dream says goodbye, some men in suits enter the PC cafe. One man tells the others to block the door. The woman tells him to pay for his time to use the computers. But he says that's not why they're here. They didn't come to play games. They came to find someone. He looks into her eyes and tells her to cooperate. She becomes mind-controlled, saying, of course. He says that judging by the situation, the target is a metal type, and if so, they need to act fast. If he's caught, he'll become a puppet. The man heads into the bathroom and uses the dimensional gate one by one. He asks everyone in the room if they are unknown. After checking everyone, he realizes there's only one place left and heads into the bathroom. He tells Unknown to stop joking and come out already. Then he wonders if maybe Unknown has stealth-type abilities. He's dealt with them before, so he knows that splashing water reveals spots where moisture remains uneven, or if you manage to grab them somehow, it's instant game over for them. Sun Kung-ho says he's glad he was pressed flat against the wall as it was too close. He almost got caught. He realizes that he's not a stealth-type user and pulls out his radio, announcing that he's a movement type and they need to search the area immediately because this is a big catch. He adds that if they capture him alive, he'll get them whatever they want. Sunho remarks that it's truly bitter. Even though Dream was wealthy in real life and a gentleman in the game, seeing him trying to make slaves is a pitiful sight. He then thanks Dream as he coats his spear with poison. I honestly didn't know that was Dream, my bad. He admits, but Sunho says he had resolved himself many times before. Yet he was still hesitating thanks to Dream, though his thoughts are now clear by his own standards. He will respond to fire with fire. Dream wonders who the hell this veteran is supposed to be. Even if his skill is movement type, as he guessed, a veteran with tons of accumulated playtime definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. Just as he thinks this, Sunung-ho appears. Behind him and dashes forward. Dream notices, but it's too late. He's cut on the leg and instantly poisoned. Dream says he's unknown before Sun-ho slams his face into the glass, saying he never told him he could turn around. Then he asks how it feels. Since the poison must be spreading through his body, Dream tries to say something else, but Sun-ho tells him to stop talking. Since the apocalypse hasn't begun yet, the tutorial hasn't started, which means the murder system isn't unlocked either. He draws a gun from his hip, saying that even if he kills Dream, he won't face any penalties. Dream falls silent, and Sun-ho says that since he's a semi-veteran, he should understand what that means. While he's still conscious, his body won't move. He then asks why the hell Dream is selling out Survivor 1 and targeting innocent people. Finally, he tells him that right now, he looks less like a human and more like a monster that's easy to farm. Dream calls him a bastard as Sunung-ho begins stealing his belongings, warning him to consider it the price for trying to deceive him and turn him into a slave. Next time, it won't just be a warning. He'll actually kill him. Then he strikes him on the back of the head with his knife. He explains that before the group arrived, he escaped the cafe and went straight home, heading directly to the other world. He pulls out the wallet and gun he took from him. The first thing he checks is the ID. His name is Kwon Kung-jin. He's 38 years old and owns a golf club. From there, he controls 3 bunkers but is also a notorious womanizer. Apparently, he has good skill based on his total playtime. He's been conducting experiments using his skill. Mind control. Sun-ho says this should be all the useful information he has, but points out that skills don't necessarily improve just from long playtime. Otherwise, what about him? Then he reflects that since the goal of the game was always survival, his skill is essentially cheat tier, but only for veterans. He decides to keep that hypothesis likely until he can verify another veteran's skill. Right now, with a game like Apocalypse approaching, there's only one thing he can be sure of. Simply becoming an Awakener has already boosted his physical abilities beyond those of normal humans, of course. His recent training helped as well. He says that next time he practices shooting, he'll do it without a full magazine. Suddenly, he hears his notifications going off repeatedly and looks over, wondering what's happening. He sticks his head through the portal, browses his computer, and is surprised, since the second event has now occurred. Sunung-ho says this is good. He jumps into the car and starts driving, wondering why it has to be so far away. Then he sees an update about someone spotting a goblin near the reservoir. He quickly pulls over to the side of the road and hops out. He tells Dingo that they're going to start hunting goblins now. The moment he saw the post, he grabbed the whip and headed straight for the mountains for 2 reasons. First, with the problem this serious, the police would obviously begin sealing off the area. Second, since goblins are roaming monsters, they would almost certainly set up a temporary nest under the hobgoblin's command. He asks Dingo to catch their scent quickly so they can follow it. Dingo barks, then starts sniffing the ground. Before looking up and leading Sun-ho forward, Sun-ho is surprised that Dingo picked up the scent so fast but feels proud of him. Dingo speeds up, jumping through some bushes with Sun-ho quickly following behind. He calls his dog an idiot and asks if there isn't a better path. Dingo barks, and up ahead Sun-ho sees cops lying on the ground surrounded by goblins. He tells himself to stay calm as he approaches one of the officers, checking his breathing and noting that he's still alive. Since there are no visible wounds, Sun-ho concludes the officer was only hit with paralysis poison, but he wonders who took the cop's gun, or if maybe he was suddenly deployed and never had one. He lines the officers up side by side, saying if they rest for about 30 minutes, they'll recover. Then he examines the goblins, noting they're riddled with bullet holes. He questions why the gun was taken in this situation, then considers the possibility that a gold goblin is among the group. If that's the case, he knows he can't let anyone else take it. With that decision made, he uses the cop's phone to call for backup. He leaves a note with their exact location and instructions to bury the goblin corpses so they won't rot. Since monsters have already spread across social media, hiding them now is pointless. From this point on, it's a race against time. He tells Dingo he's counting on him. Elsewhere on the mountain, a man blocks an attack and swings at a goblin, which backsteps to avoid it. He then asks his captain if it's true that he, a non-awakener, is supposed to be the tanker. The guy tells him he has no choice since his specialization is psychokinesis, which has a fairly long cast time, but not to worry as he hurls 3 rocks forward, taking out one of the goblins. He assures him that he'll definitely provide cover. The tanker asks if he's sure the other party members are on their way. He replies that they've already reached the mountain but said they couldn't climb up easily because the police were blocking their path. The tanker then wonders if they should retreat as well. However, the guy tells him to see it as an opportunity, explaining that they've encountered these goblins many times in the game, and all of them are without their main weapons and paralysis poison. The tanker thinks to himself that he assumed everyone who played the game had awakened. Maybe that wasn't true. The guy insists that even so, he's having a hard time. His captain tells him not to panic and to keep doing what he's doing. If they can handle these goblins and capture the hobgoblin group that left the main pack, they'll gain a huge advantage. He adds that if he understands, they should stop complaining and focus. Suddenly, a club swings in from left field, hitting him in the arm and distracting him. He drops to his knees, saying he can't believe a mere goblin figured out their counter-strategy. He wonders what to do next as the goblins start taking space and charge at the two of them to finish the job, but then an arrow flies through the air, striking one of them in the head. 2 more arrows follow, landing with another headshot and one in the chest. The tanker looks over, confused, wondering where the arrows came from. We then see Sun K-ho inside his bunker, saying he's not sure if it was necessary to use all 3 arrows, but that he paid a fair price thanks to them. He confirmed that the Awakeners couldn't climb up, and he was able to encounter a weakened group of goblins. From now on, he must move quickly. The plan he devised for handling the goblin group was simple. First, he would provoke the goblin's aggression. As the enraged goblin approached the gate, distracted by the soda cans he had set up, he would stab it from behind. To the monsters, the gate was invisible. As soon as the goblin screamed in pain, he would use the dimensional gate as a barrier, withdraw the spear, and erase all traces of the attack. Then the hobgoblin, with high perception stats, would see only its fallen subordinate, and command the remaining 3 goblins. He would seize the chance and cleave through them all at once, just like he had done many times before. After instantly killing all 3, he said everything was going according to plan so far. Now, he needed to respond based on the behavioral patterns of those left. What surprised him was that the gold goblin was running away from the hobgoblin. He said that since it had come to this, he would have to gamble. The hobgoblin charged in, and he admitted it was insane, but he had no choice, as he blocked the attack with his machete. The force still sent him flying into a tree. He started coughing up blood, saying the shock was greater than he expected. If he lost consciousness, it would be all over here. As the hobgoblin moved to finish him off, his survival instinct activated. His eyes glowed golden as the hobgoblin struck the tree. Sun Ho dashed past him, drew his pistol, and fired 2 shots into the back of the hobgoblin's head. Like YW Melly. Then quickly opened his gate. He grabbed the loot and threw it into his bunker, declaring that with this, the first phase of farming was complete. The hobgoblin charged toward him again, so he raised his pistol and fired 1 shot into its shoulder and another into its bicep. It dropped to the ground. He asked if the hobgoblin really thought it would win just because it had hit him. Now he said it was his turn. As he quickly begins cutting it into pieces, successfully killing it, he levels up, gaining 18 points in the skill terrain sense. He lets out a sigh of relief now that it's over. The skill allows him to see, sense, and intuitively respond to the terrain within his field of view. He remarks that this is a pretty useful skill to get early on, which isn't bad. He also receives some gauntlets that grant him handiwork +2. He notes that, once again, the items he has equipped have turned into actual items. He guesses that last time he already had the watch equipped. That was his mistake. Suddenly, they hear another goblin scream and a man shouting that they're here. Sun Ho turns, wondering if the search party has already arrived, but says he took what he needed, so it's time for him to stay in his bunker until the search is over. The next day, inside his bunker, Dingo starts licking him and he wakes up, glancing at his clock and asking if he really slept the entire day. From now on, unless it's an extreme situation, he decides to avoid activating will to survive. But before he heads outside, he wants to check the loot he got from the goblin. Sun Ho goes over to the loot and comments that, as expected, gold goblins really are different. He's obtained a revolver, which he finds impressive, but he didn't expect to see a knife with permanent invariance. It's made of mariel and isn't affected by the disease, but he wonders how a goblin, of all creatures, could have an item that costs 100 points in the shop. Examining the surface closely, he notes it's a bit bumpy. Then he pauses, saying that goblins in this world carry metal weapons, and considering their level of civilization, there's no way they could make them themselves. He starts to wonder if some kind of mutation might have occurred. He admits this might be mere speculation, but he'll have a chance to investigate the items further. He then pulls out some shade grapes, which enhance night vision. He explains this accounts for how the Dal goblins were able to move freely at night. Finally, he opens his status window, showing that his stats are quite decent and that he has 77 points to spend. He mentions his growth rate is much faster than it was in the game. That wraps up everything he needed to check in this world. He then opens the gate. As his signal connects, he is immediately flooded with messages. Curious about what's going on, he sees they're from Hunjun, Mikyang, and even Su Yen. He says he's never been this popular before but decides to head to the fitness center. He does so, telling Hunjun that he's there. Hunjun and Mikyang quickly run over, and Hunjun says he was really worried. Sun Ho then asks who the people behind them are. Hunjun tells him to introduce himself, explaining they're his party members and that surely everyone knows Sun Ho is the snack shop owner. One of the men introduces himself as Lee Kyung-hun, and the woman as Kim Bora. Sun Ho introduces himself too, then he asks Hun where the last member is. Hunjun says that person went to the big camping gear discount store, asking Sun Ho if he knows about it. Sun Ho says he didn't know there was a place like that nearby. Mikyang says it opened just a month ago and everything there is very modern. Hun then asks if Sunho has checked everything about yesterday's incident and the news. Sunho replies that, of course, he watched it all on YouTube. The doctor who dissected the goblin found on the mountain warned everyone to prepare for the apocalypse, and the president held a national security meeting, announcing they would confirm the whereabouts of the survival life creator and consult the awakened one's opinions. Hun Jun then asks Sunho what he plans to do now. Sunho asks what he means. Hun Jun says that since Sunho knows a lot, they wanted to get his advice. Hun asks Hun Jun if he's serious, reminding him that he already gave advice. Goblins only give points, and even if an awakened kills one, the best they do is level up from 1 to 2. He suggests Hun Jun keep stocking up on supplies like he's doing now. Sunho asks what on earth this guy is talking about, telling Kyung Hun that he's wrong. Kyung Hun then asks if Sunho has even played the game. Sunho says no, but mentions that if you check the community a bit. Kyung Hun interrupts, saying, "Exactly, trusting the community too much isn't good," and asks if he understands. Bora then turns to Kyung Hun, saying she's been curious for a while about exposure to zombie spores. She wants to know who turns into zombies, who survives, and if there are conditions that determine whether you turn after infection. Kyung Hun replies that, at the very least, anyone who has come into contact with an awakened should be fine. She asks him to explain more, and he gets a little angry, saying they surely already know why he awakened. It's because he played the game and shorties made contact with the system. Meaning that even though they're not awakened, since they've interacted with him, they're safe. Bora says that when he puts it like that, it sounds convincing and she'll stick with him from now on. Kyung Hun laughs, telling her to trust him, but Mikong says she also has a question. She mentions the tutorial was super hard and asks if he cleared it. He ignores her, telling her not to worry, as he'll make sure to protect all of them. Sunho just wonders what this guy's deal is. He admits it's a somewhat credible hypothesis, but there's no evidence anywhere that awakened people can be exposed to spores and stay fine. He sighs hopelessly, thinking Hun Jun probably called him because he doesn't trust this guy either. He decides to get up for now, not wanting to give direct information to someone like him. He tells Hun Jun that he has some plans and will contact him again later. After leaving the club, he revised the list of places to scavenge before the disease arrived, adding the camping store Hun Jun had mentioned and removing the convenience store. By the time he reached his house, he met Suyen, who had been waiting for him. She said she had something to show him. She came to give him something and asked if he could stay for a bit. He agreed and asked what it was. She said it was a pack of painkillers and antibiotics he couldn't buy without a prescription. He asked if she was really giving them to him, and she replied, "Why not? If she ran out, she could just forge a prescription and get more." She told him her address, saying it was also written on the pouch. He asked why she was giving him that too. She said it was a give-and-take arrangement since they needed to know each other's locations. He said if that was the case, then it was fine. She said she was going to stop by and talk to Hun Jun, so she'd be off now. He told her to be careful, and she told him to make sure to pay for the medicine and not forget the address. As she walked away, she said he was very aggressive. After the second meeting with Suyen, time passed quickly again. During that time, he visited various places and bought many items and pieces of equipment in this world. He built a storage facility using sandwich panels and began loading items into it. After receiving the mini excavator he had reserved, he started doing construction work on the side. Meanwhile, the world grew chaotic. On TV, people argued non-stop until the UN called in. Emergency meeting. Articles flooded in about the US president planning to visit Korea and sensing something strange that NASA hadn't predicted. Starting with Yunjam by Beta, Yunjam by Alpha was announced to be coming to Earth. For full days had passed, and now he stood at the port where the final event, the arrival of the Russian ship, was to take place. After confirming that nobody was at the harbor, he entered an abandoned building to prepare. Inside, he opened his gate and explained why he had come here despite the high chance of becoming a zombie. To obtain extra guns from the Russian vessel, the zombie spores, pathogens in the form of particle beams, had strong permeability and were unavoidable. Becoming a zombie now or 5 days later made little difference to him as someone without a family. Of course, there was the option of living in the other world with Dingo, but what meaning would that have as a human? With this, his preparations were complete. That didn't mean he intended to die. He had simply made a different choice from others. High risk, high reward. That's what life was about in the end. He was reading some old patch notes covering various things, such as the 10-point weapon provided during the tutorial, nerfs to zombies, and the diversification of point acquisition methods. All of this would start with the arrival of the Yunjam Beta. He was a little surprised, saying it was as if the admin knew the apocalypse was coming to reality. Suddenly, a beep sounded from his phone, and he realized it had started. He read that the Yunjam Beta would impact near the South Sea. Right outside the port where he was, sirens flared, and the tide on the beach began to recede, much like a receding hairline, as boats started to get beached. But in the distance, one vessel was being carried by the waves, swept up in what had formed into a mini tsunami. The chaos sweeps through the city, and Sunho mutters, "This shit is insane." He says dealing with zombies and monsters is much easier than facing natural disasters. which just seem hopeless to survive. His hands start trembling, and he insists he needs to move quickly. We see he has all his gear ready. He suits up and pushes his boat, stressing the urgency to move before government agents arrive. He jumps into the water and heads straight for the vessel. Once aboard, he ties himself in, though his hands are shaking badly. Glancing to the side, he notes that it seems awakeners don't turn into zombies. Just as Kyung-hun said, he doesn't even feel a prickling sensation, but for him, good is good, so he decides it's time to head upstairs. When he does, he spots the zombified sailors and greets them, asking if they've been well. The zombies in this game are somewhat special according to the game settings. Instead of lacking the ability to infect with the virus, they see everything as prey and grow stronger the more nutrients they absorb. He charges in with a shield, knocking one to the floor before raising his mace and bashing its skull in. Then quickly dispatching the other, he wonders if the zombies have been nerfed too much. He gains 4 points, saying, "Originally, even with an iron weapon, I'd have to land at least 2 more hits to kill them." Still, he can't let his guard down like with orcs. As a veteran player, that kind of mistake can only happen once. He moves inside, noting the zombies are definitely swarming, but he'll focus on clearing those in the hallway. He gains 4 more points by one-shotting both, then says he needs to head to where the chance of finding a pistol is highest. The wheelhouse. Suddenly, he hears a gunshot and a voice asking if there's still a survivor on board. This means that even if a non-awakener hasn't been in contact with an awakener and gets exposed to zombie spores, they might still survive by chance, so he needs to save them first. That way he can get definite information when he arrives, though he sees he was a little too late because the gunshot wasn't for the zombie. The man had blown his own brains out while holding a photo of his wife. Sun-ho realizes that if he had been just a little faster, he could have saved him. He reaches over, saying, "This won't be much comfort," but closes his eyes, thanks him for helping, and even lays him out properly. Then he walks off the boat, reflecting that things like this will probably happen a lot after the apocalypse, and of course there will be times when he has to kill people to survive too. As he cuts his rope, he hears another boat and turns. Seeing someone just as crazy about farming as he is, they don't exchange glances and simply ride by each other. Sun-ho says he should just consider it practice since half-hearted hypocrisy is disgusting. The next day at dawn, the news asks where the survival life developer is. Sun-ho says that judging by the president's actions after obtaining proof about the zombies, it's basically confirmed their thinking is similar. It's time for him to do his part. Since he's giving help, he might as well include various information. He starts calling into the tip line, and a man introduces himself as Lee Woo-bom, administrator of the countermeasures headquarters. Sun-ho says he knows the exact time of D-Day. Woo-bom asks him to please unblock the ID. Sun-ho asks if the goblin had gunshot wounds on his shoulder. Woo-bom now realizes he's serious, and Sun-ho says he doesn't intend to speak for long. The exact time for D-Day is set for July 20th at 1:300, and a package is expected to arrive sometime this afternoon. He hopes to make good use of it and wishes him luck in the war. Sunung-ho remarks that the president's decisiveness was impressive, and many people on the forums are discussing the internet blackout. Sun-ho responds that, since he can only verify information through social media, he can't be certain if it's accurate. Then he overhears military personnel outside using a megaphone, instructing citizens to secure 4 days' worth of food and water and return to their families immediately. All business activities must cease, and everyone should go home. This is an official statement regarding the current situation, made on July 20th. Sun-ho comments that the response is perfect and almost makes him regret not warning them earlier. If he had known they would handle things this well, he might have taken the risk when his trait first appeared and acted from the start. But he acknowledges that it wouldn't have prevented the disaster anyway, and he shouldn't dwell on what-ifs. He reminds himself of the promise he made that day. He's not a hero, just an ordinary guy. Since the lockdowns made it impossible to do anything in the real world, he decided to stay in the other world a bit longer. 3 days before D-Day, he finished digging the moat. At this rate, though, it's going to take a few more days. He sorted through the videos he had saved, things like cooking, tutorials, and basic farming lessons, just genuinely organizing them. 2 days before D-Day, he began scouting with Dingo and discovered that the sun apples had fully grown in just a month. He needs to verify this further, but perhaps the entire forest is enchanted fertile land. The next day, a problem arose. 2 of his sweet potato jellies were missing. There was also a dried-up grape on the floor, and he asked Dingo if he was responsible. Dingo shakes his head no, and Sun-ho tells him there's no lying allowed, causing Dingo to roll onto his back and whimper. Sun-ho says that judging by his reaction, it probably wasn't him. He decides to check the CCTV footage. Sitting down, he reviews it and is surprised by what he sees. A group of beetles entering through the doggy door, taking his sweet jellies and leaving a grape as repayment. One little beetle even bows to him, and Sun-ho is amazed at how smart it is. He also finds it super cute. He says he's really wanted to track them down and see them for himself. But for now, he's just going to lock the doggy door. Dingo wonders what he's doing, and Sun-ho says he has guests coming over today. As Sun-ho heads back inside, he thanks everyone for coming, We see it's Hunjun's group. Sunho says he's glad they made it despite the lockdowns. He then asks who the man sitting with Hunjun is. Hunjun says he's the last member of their party. So they brought him along to introduce him. The man introduces himself as Yuian, saying he awakened but turned the game off right away, so he doesn't know much about it. However, in the real world, he has a major in electrical engineering, which he's confident in. Sunho says that's good enough for him and introduces himself. Hunjun says he's heard a lot about Sunho and asks him to treat him comfortably. Sunho says that since they're short on time, he wants to end the intros here and have everyone share the info they have one by one. Telling Hunjun to start. Hunjun, a little confused because he's slow, says he was on the phone with his ex-wife when the line suddenly went dead. Worried about his daughters, he drove over to check on them, but on his way back he saw something. Barricades being set up on the highway. From what he'd heard, they were evacuating citizens living near one of the chemical complexes. Sunho then asks Su-yen, who replies that she was with her group the entire time and only has a little information. They built a shelter in the citizens' park. Hun questions whether that's even possible, and she admits it's hard to believe but says she saw it with her own eyes. Though she still has doubts, Sunungho then asks Mikiao, who says she was at the mart with Yu Hyan and overheard something. They heard that high-ranking officials opposing the president's decision have been detained. Sunho remarks that this is actually better news than he expected. Now he understands the president's intentions and can confirm that the end is approaching. If you're wondering why he's asking them for information one by one, it's simple. To make someone understand, you need to provide the right reasoning and details. Revealing that he's a veteran of the game would make persuading them easier, but there are risks involved, and he has a specific plan in mind. He tells them all to listen carefully, as it seems the president is aiming for a controlled apocalypse. They're all surprised and ask what he means. He points out how strange it is that unexplained lockdowns began on the afternoon of July 16th, and for 4 days all national facilities have been at a standstill, so why else would the government make that choice? Yu Hyan agrees that it makes sense, and Su-yen concurs, saying the end is really coming. She suggests the government must have learned the exact day of D-Day and taken action. Sunho confirms this and adds that if they infer further, the control will probably lift on July 20th. Yu Hyan and Mikiao start panicking, saying they need to warn their families, but Sunho tells them to calm down. It may sound harsh, but this is a time when individual survival takes priority over family, and they must not forget that any one of them could become a zombie as soon as tomorrow. Still, he wants to move on to the main point. The reason he called them together was to share the tutorial strategy guide along with survival information. Hunjun asked how he knew that, and Sunho explained it was because he had watched Kimbap's videos, apologizing for keeping it a secret until now. He also apologized to Mikiao for hiding it, but she said it was fine since she had lied to him as well about being awakened. Sunho told them they were free to use the information however they wished, but when it came to the tutorial, he begged them to follow the manual faithfully. That night, after everyone left and midnight arrived, he reflected on the extensive preparations he had made over the past 32 days, admitting it wasn't perfect. Moreover, he acknowledged that his selfishness, disguised as necessity, might cause problems later, but he had no regrets. Nearby, on a mountain, anti-air missiles launched, exploding alongside a meteor. Sunho watched, saying the end was inevitable and that it was time for the apocalypse to begin. At dawn, the lockdown was lifted, having completed his basic preparations during that time. He added bulletproof glass and reinforced wooden doors as part of his usual morning routine. He then injected a small dose of paralyzing poison and forced himself to exercise to build resistance. Seen doing 3001 push-ups. Later, he changed back into his combat suit and had breakfast with Dingo. He waited until the promised time of 9 o'clock for the lights to come on. On the TV, a technician was giving a speech. Sunho said the national address was so overwhelming that he wondered who else could have led them to such a dignified end if not for this person. He expressed a genuine hope that the end wouldn't come, but since it was already here, he resolved to survive as a veteran of the apocalypse. A detail we glimpsed from the very beginning. There were 4 hours left until the spores made landfall. He spent 2 hours checking the warehouse where he planned to store his farmed items, then setting up the equipment he'd use after the disease hit, and preparing the training ground before returning to reality. But as soon as he came back, it was exactly as he expected. It had become a living hell. There was a chubby naked guy wandering the street. Naturally, there was fighting, brawling, and people unleashing their suppressed desires. The man said that if they were all going to die soon, they might as well start getting jiggy with it. Right before he got hit by a car, with people killing others without a shred of guilt, it was of course INH and Kellen's group. Cheljin suggested they just say they'd gotten rid of some bad luck. Besides, they couldn't use the car once the disease hit anyway. He told Sunho to stop watching from the rooftop like a loser, warning that if he turned into a zombie, he'd do him the favor of turning him into points. Sunungho replied this wasn't some grand era of romance, wondering what the strange declaration of war was about. Then a flyer flew past his head, and he looked up to see a plane dropping them from above. He said the government worried about its citizens' safety until the very end and were completely different from someone like him. If only there were people like them, the apocalypse might even be bearable, but everyone was different and there was nothing he could do. It was time for him to go and get ready. Only 3 minutes left. Until the spores made landfall. With that, the reality check was complete. He hoped this would be enough to use before the disease struck. And he was sure he'd memorized the farming route properly. He glanced at his watch, wondering, what if he forgets to take off his non-magic metal watch after the disease? Then he laughed at himself, saying it wasn't like he had a safety obsession. He'd done everything he could. From now on, all he could do was pray everything went exactly according to plan. As the spores begin to settle, people on the streets start collapsing to their knees, overwhelmed by the virus and turning into zombies, just as Sango predicted. They're all searching for prey. He drives through the street, noting there are actually fewer zombies than he expected, but now he understands why. Most people spent their final moments with their families. He wonders if anyone around hasn't turned into a zombie yet, but for now, he thinks this is better, since when he's farming, they usually just get in his way. He stops first at the pharmacy, noticing the shutters aren't down. This is lucky for him. He smashes the door open and activates his portal, saying he needs to move quickly from now on. It takes time for the spores to fully control the zombies, so if he can raid the hardware store before then, he should avoid unnecessary fights. As he begins tossing shit through his portal, some of it lands near Dingo, confusing him until it starts pelting him. That's a dog pile. Son Ho says he's completely emptied out the pharmacy, judging by his progress so far. He thinks he can finish faster than expected. At least that's what he believed until he reached the hardware store and saw it was double locked. He says he anticipated something like this, so he brought an oxygen cutter, but it's much louder than he thought. He hears footsteps and realizes that even though their ability to track organic matter was nerfed by a patch, the zombies are still coming for him because of the cutter's noise. Sun Ho says, we already saw this during the Russian ship incident. We should know that zombies in their early stage, before absorbing any nutrients, are weak. At that stage, even after the nerf, a newbie can easily handle them as long as they know the weak points. He quickly takes one down just as 2 more rush him from the side. He swings downward at the woman and then across the man's face. The difficulty in real life has become easier than it was in the game. He gains 6 points and remarks that earning points is much simpler now, though he's unsure how to handle the situation. Normally, the usual tactic would be to lure them into an alley and take them out one by one. But at the moment, his movement is limited, since he happens to be carrying an oxygen cutter. He decides to use it and kill them all at once. He warns them only once, saying that until now, the only reason he avoided them was to not waste his farming time. He begins cutting off their heads one after another, insisting it wasn't because he was scared. He pushes them back before more can leap at him. He distances himself, evading their attacks, telling them to think carefully because there's someone who has dumped over 500 hours into that lousy game. Without ghouls here, there's no way he'd lose to the likes of them, especially when they aren't even gathered in a proper swarm. He starts toppling them over one another and says it was fun, so they should consider this a reward. Now that he's got them all together, he lights up his cutter and says he'll send them off with a bang, then begins drilling into them. After the intense fight with the zombies, he finishes scavenging the hardware store and heads toward the local police station. Unfortunately, the armory has already been looted, before he can even feel disappointed. Among the corpses scattered across the parking lot, he finds one with a backpack and manages to get exactly what he wanted. Meanwhile, by the time he moves to the 4th location, things remain manageable, thanks to the terrain detection skill he acquired from the hobgoblin and the boosts to perception and handiwork from his items. He can easily avoid the zombies that are slowly starting to gather and chase him. When he arrives at the motorcycle specialty shop, he expects it to be ransacked because everyone thinks alike. He stores the one remaining ATV and various supplies. While checking his status in the other world, he takes a short break to clear the debuff effects, remarking that the other world is broken. After that, he returns to reality, contemplating where to farm next. However, just as a motorcycle is heard approaching, it becomes clear that things won't be as easy as he hoped. We then see INH saying they've finally found him. INH tells him that if he's not awakened, he should stay humble and keep inside like one. He adds that he's been looking for him for a long time. INH launches an attack at Sunung-ho, but Sunung-ho dodges by stepping backward. He says they'll see him soon enough anyway, and that this is just obsession. Wondering what to do, he opens his gate. INH tells Skinny to watch the zombies, and Sun-ho says that no matter how he does it, killing them is simple. INH charges into the building, asking if he's ready to die. Sunung-ho replies that since the tutorial hasn't started, the system wouldn't classify him as a murderer. Even if it did, the first kill only triggers a warning, so it wouldn't be a problem. INH wonders where he went, but Sun-ho says it still bothers him whether it's okay to kill someone in real life or not. INH realizes too late that Sunung-ho isn't awakened as Sun-ho puts him in a chokehold. He tells him to answer quietly, asking why. He's targeting him. INH says it's because he took the girl he was drooling over. Sunung-ho asks what he means by took, and INH admits that he's already taken her to bed. Sun-ho kicks him in the back, warning this is his last chance to redeem himself. At the very least, he shouldn't harm innocent people. INH laughs, saying that's rich coming from someone who came to loot, adding that they're both selfish trash who only care about themselves. He grabs his crossbow and fires it at Sunung-ho. Sunung-ho dodges and admits, "That's true." Hearing it, he agrees with himself, then he thanks him, saying that the words helped clear his mind and that he really is trash just like him. He places one hand on his face and the other on his neck, as if Hick is begging for mercy. Sunung-ho says he didn't want to admit it and then snaps his neck. He mentions having fought over 100 death matches in the game. We see that he earned 50 points. He reflects that killing someone in real life feels worse than he ever imagined. His hands tremble as we hear Skinny screaming upon seeing Inuk's corpse. Sunung-ho calls him a crybaby and warns him to watch his back. He says, even if he's trash, just like them. They're thugs who steal from others without restraint and only care about satisfying their own desires. Skinny starts getting mauled. Begging for help, he cries out, reaching his hand towards Sunung-ho. Sunung-ho simply watches as they tear him apart, saying they are people who deserve to die in the apocalypse. The narration then explains how the murderer system functioned within the game. It was introduced 3 months after the game's launch to curb intentional trolling. The intention was good, aiming to reduce trolls, but the execution was a disaster. The first takedown only resulted in a warning because the creators feared losing users. However, from the third takedown onward, there was no escape and you earned the title. For the second takedown, the system assessed how involved you were in the offense. People became precursors to gain points and steal others' abilities. This was also influenced by an update that occurred a week before the game shut down, which added new, very powerful special abilities. The problem was that being a precursor forced you to keep eliminating others indefinitely. A death field was activated to force fights to the end between players. If 3 or more people gathered, a magical barrier would appear on the spot. Inside, they were compelled to fight a death match until only one remained. Initially, this was an advantage for the precursor, but ultimately it became a problem. Once you became a precursor, your fate was completely sealed. Our protagonist then realizes that his heart does not beat like a precursor's. With this, Sunho understands that the PK system has not been activated because the tutorial hasn't started yet. This means that for a few hours, he can eliminate people without facing any consequences. But our protagonist remembers that this isn't just a game and that he must not lose his mind. So, he decides to stop entertaining such thoughts and resolves to follow the plan he had already set. Our hero then declares that his iron rule remains the same as always. And there is only one. This rule is very simple. Respond to injustice with more injustice, without hesitation. That's why he decides that from now on, whenever he needs to take someone's life, it will be done immediately, and he will close his dimensional portal right after. Glancing at his watch, he notices it's already 4:30 in the afternoon and laments the lost time. He thinks going to the pesticide store was a good idea, but the zombies are getting in the way. Using his weapon scope, he sees survivors inside the building fighting among themselves. Suddenly, one of them, frustrated with the situation, shoots an arrow that breaks a window. The man in the red hoodie suggests they send a group out to leave while he tries to negotiate calmly. But the leader of the other group calls him an idiot and demands what he just said. The man in red then threatens him, but the other guy just laughs and doubts he has the guts. The man in red replies that they picked the wrong person to provoke and prepares himself. He shoots, saying his specialty in the game was hitting other players. The arrow strikes the other leader's shoulder, who screams in pain from the impact. His friends are shocked and ask if the archer has gone completely crazy. The archer and his girlfriend say this is the apocalypse and the law of the strongest prevails. The man in red then threatens them again, and the injured leader decides it's better for them to leave. As they exit, the archer remarks it would have been better if they had left earlier. The man is relieved, but suddenly hears a scream from the departing group. The injured leader shouts that he warned them about the zombies and now they're trapped outside. As a parting gesture, he throws a baseball bat at the window to break it. The noise draws the zombies' attention, and the archer calls him crazy for shouting. Our protagonist watches through his binoculars as the group flees desperately from the zombies on the street. He's impressed by the scene, thinking that guy gave him a rare spectacle. Sunho thinks that if he meets that guy again, he'll need to give him something as a reward. With that, he wonders if his item collection is finally complete and looks toward the portal. Our protagonist checks his watch and sees he still has over an hour remaining. He thinks that in moments like this, he really needs the help of his partner, Dingo. With that in mind, he decides to change the order of their plan and says that now it's his partner's turn. The narration then asks where zombies tend to gather most at the beginning. The answer is in places where nutrients can be easily consumed. That is, their favorite spots are large supermarkets full of food. That's why these locations are the ones you should avoid most at the start of the apocalypse. However, for players with over 1,000 hours of gameplay, the thinking is very different because, unlike the game, he is well prepared for what lies ahead in real life. Our protagonist then sees this as a great chance to level up quickly and a golden opportunity to reach level 10 and unlock the shop before the tutorial. But after finishing everything, he feels a shock of reality about what he's about to do. He wonders if it's a waste since the floor would get soaked in oil anyway. Yet, thinking calmly, he realizes that deep down it's not such a big loss. And since he has time until the tutorial, he thinks it will be a good experience for Dingo. Our protagonist then asks Dingo if he can do what they practiced. With everything ready, he prepares to finally put his new plan into action. He gives the signal and Dingo runs at full speed into the supermarket. Arriving there, he barks loudly to get the attention of the zombies who were eating. The creatures then notice the pup's presence and growl, ready to attack. Fearlessly, Dingo charges forward, using his paws to knock down the zombies in his way. The pup then jumps and hits two more creatures, who scream from the unexpected blow. He continues fighting, dodging the creatures' attacks with his wolf-like agility. After passing them all, he finally reaches the exit with the zombies hot on his heels. With that, he successfully lures the horde of zombies out of the large supermarket. Sunho watches the scene, impressed by the commanding presence of his partner. As expected, he flicks his lighter and prepares for the next stage of the plan. He then throws the lighter to the ground just as Dingo leaps over his arm. The lighter ignites the oil on the ground, causing the zombies to become disoriented by the sudden flames. Our protagonist praises his partner, calling him a genius for the flawless execution. A massive explosion follows, wiping out all the zombies at once. He levels up to level 11, earning 116 points and a dimensional slot. Night is approaching, and our protagonist has finally completed his supply run. He looted the supermarket and even grabbed some computers from an apartment building. Knowing the buildings would soon collapse, he hurried to leave the area. With that, he opens a dimensional portal in the middle of the street and locks in the coordinates. He crosses over to the other world on his motorcycle, which has now served its purpose. Upon arriving at his hideout, he switches to equipment free of metal. At his training ground, located 1 kilometer from the shelter, he prepares for the next phase. Our hero takes his preset gear and finishes readying himself for the worst. Sunho wonders if his appearance is suitable since there are no zippers or metal buckles. Glancing at his watch, he realizes there are only 3 minutes left until the event. Suddenly, a strange feeling of unease washes over our protagonist. The system then confirms that the portal only allows entry for him and his possessions. He confirms that the zombie spores and the wire disease spread through the wind. The zombie spores are extremely harmful to humans, turning them into monsters. Meanwhile, the metal wire disease destroys objects, so he can't afford to let his guard down. That's why he is at the training ground, surrounded by wood for protection. Our protagonist believes there's no point in worrying now and braces himself for the worst. If his equipment fails, all he needs to do is run to minimize the damage he suffers. For the moment, his focus must be on one single, most important task. With that resolve, he opens his portal and concentrates fully on keeping it stable. The countdown begins, and at 6 o'clock in the evening, the wire disease finally arrives. The plague lands in Korea and instantly begins distorting the entire city. In the game, this dreadful plague was known to everyone as the Middle Plague. This infectious disease obliterated all the civilization humanity had built. It reduced everything to dust in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing behind. Not even the electrical systems escaped. Everything was destroyed by the Middle Plague. Through the portal, Sunho watches the destruction spreading across the real world outside. Amid the ruins, the portal stands out like a window to another safe world. The city has been dragged back to the Stone Age. In just a few seconds of chaos, our protagonist had prepared for this, yet he is still stunned by the scene. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, and he is thrown backward by the force. He wonders if the blast was caused by the army's ammunition depot nearby, but he quickly pushes that thought aside, focusing instead on the iron beads in his hand. With a sigh of relief, he sees that the metal sphere remains intact. However, he soon realizes the situation is far worse than he had imagined. Looking at the ruined city through the portal, he knows he cannot call this a good outcome. Unsure of what to do next, he decides to close the dimensional portal for now. The only thing left is to follow his plan and prepare for what lies ahead. With this in mind, he walks back to his shelter, deeply worried. Upon arrival, he finds the little creatures from before, who seem to have been waiting for him. Sunho then asks why they have returned, and the creatures offer roots to the man. Our hero is puzzled and questions why they are suddenly giving him roots. He wonders if this is an apology gift, and the little creatures nod in agreement, or if they want to trade the roots for more of that sweet potato jelly they had eaten. At that, Sunho becomes annoyed and says he tried to be kind, but they are already crossing the line. However, upon closer inspection, he realizes that the little creatures are actually quite cute. Our protagonist decides to propose a deal to the little creatures. He explains that he doesn't need food, but rather strange and very special items. He then sighs, realizing that maybe they don't understand what he means. Sunho laments that no matter how smart they are, it's impossible to have a proper conversation with them. Suddenly, the little red creature picks up a branch with something black on the tip and raises it. Our protagonist is shocked and asks if they want to trade or for the jelly. The creature then draws a trade symbol on the ground and confirms his proposal. With an excited smile, he says that if they bring things like that, the deal is on, but the little creature becomes scared, and our hero apologizes for being a bit hasty. The leader then talks to his group, and they seem to be discussing the man's proposal. The red creature points at him, and our protagonist understands this as agreement. The system informs him that he has communicated with the swarm and that the chief requests a contract. Sunho is confused because with Dingo and the frog, he didn't need any contract before. He wonders if intelligent animals cannot be possessed, and the system confirms this. Our protagonist finds the contract oddly formal, but very simple. Since he has nothing to lose, he signs it, and the system confirms that the swarm is now his possession. Suddenly, the leader climbs onto his shoulder, leaving our hero confused by the situation. He realizes that the creatures are about to start searching for the ores specified in the contract, but before they set off, the protagonist asks them to wait a moment. He recalls that they came because they were hungry and retrieves the sweet potato jellies. Offering the food as a signing bonus for the contract, the creatures accept it and celebrate the agreement with him. As they depart, our hero warns them not to eat the food and flee without bringing anything back. He threatens that if they betray him, he will disregard the apocalypse itself just to hunt them down endlessly. In games, the tutorial is everything. Night had already fallen, and the surroundings were swallowed by pitch-black darkness. Judging by the time, there were still 2 or 3 hours left before morning. After briefly considering his options, he decides to move instead of resting. As he checks his gear, he notes how well prepared he is, especially with something like a ceramic knife on hand. Whether he ends up killing the remnants or not, he knows he has to check their hideout himself. After finishing his inspection of the gang's items, he pulls several hard drives from the computer units he brought back from the studio apartment area. He connects them to a docking station and starts checking their contents. The drives are filled with various kinds of media, and just as he's nearly done going through everything, he discovers something completely unexpected. He freezes. Wait! One of the files opens, and what he sees leaves him stunned. Mikyung was an idol. Looking at the footage, it's clear with looks like that, it would be weird if she were just a regular person. Still, he forces himself to stay focused. There's no point dwelling on it right now. He continues deleting files. A system prompt appears. Do you want to permanently delete this file? He hesitates for a moment, then confirms. Thinking back to that time, it doesn't feel like just a memory. It feels like something he particularly wants to keep. Once he's finished, he clenches his hand and straightens up. Now then, it's time to check the level 10 reward. He called Shop Window. The shop interface opens. He stares at it silently. At a glance, the UI looks almost exactly the same as it did in the game. However, as he scans the listings, he notices something off. The prices are different from before the patch. He pauses, focusing. Numbers 6, 11. Even so, the item generation and extraction system itself seems identical to the game, which means the only explanation is that the system has already been patched. He picks up a bottle and a small item, examining them closely. If that's the case, Then he can only use the bug that worked in the tutorial. Next, he checks the additional trait. A new window opens. Additional trait, dimensional slot, pulls designated items from a subspace pocket. However, only one object can be placed per slot, and currently he had 5 slots. He commented, "So basically, quick slots." Then he commanded all the slots. As the slots materialize in front of him, glowing and layered in space, he can't help but stare. Wow! This is insane. With fewer items needing to be prepared in advance, with the dimensional slots active, he no longer needs to leave weapons stored behind the gate. Equipment can now be pulled out instantly, directly from the dimensional space. A system notification appears, confirming the successful activation of the dimensional storage. He exhales slowly. This is beyond overpowered. This is completely Tour late-game carry trait. Before leaving, he gives one last instruction. Dingo, guard the house well. The wolf settles down obediently. Big bro's gonna go. Blue light surges around him as the portal activates. Clear the tutorial and come back. He steps through. Wow! The moment he arrives, his footsteps echo faintly. It's seriously pitch black. Even with his helmet on, visibility is close to 0. He immediately tries activating moonlight and then stacks it with the terrain sense skill, forcing himself forward. The helmet clicks into place. This isn't gonna work with slot 3 alone. He continues advancing, scanning his surroundings carefully. He still hasn't found any items in the other world yet, so for now, he has no choice but to rely on consumption rather than conservation. As he moves, a system notification flashes. Skill effect applied. Shade grapes, night vision boosted. Another message follows. Consumable effect applied. Sharp eye. His pupils glow faintly. Oh! I can see. I can see. The darkness peels away. Ahead of him, a wide-open area comes into view. Several figures stand scattered in the distance. All right then, let's head to a safe spot first. He moves carefully. One characteristic of survival life comes to mind. The UI is garbage. Even when events trigger, they aren't displayed properly. But the tutorial is different. A moving zombie wall being generated is the signal that the tutorial has started. Which raises a critical question. So when does the zombie wall get created? There are 2 conditions. First, when you're spotted by zombies. Second, when a player acquires a tutorial item. He crouches, lowering his presence as the dead shuffle nearby. The method to acquire items during the tutorial is extremely specific. You stare at an empty spot for a certain amount of time. He stands completely still. This should be far enough. And then, there was one bug unique to the tutorial. If you quickly pick up the weapon before it fully spawns, blue polygons begin assembling mid-air. He lunges forward. His hand closes around the weapon just as it finishes materializing. Boom! You get this. The weapon stabilizes in his grasp. But at the same time, an identical duplicate begins forming right beside it. The zombie wall has officially been triggered. And the tutorial has begun in earnest. And just like in the game, whatever item gets copied at the beginning of the tutorial is also added to the shop. Compared to the messy patches that came before, where you never knew what would work and what wouldn't, this one is different. This patch is genuinely god tier. A translucent window flashes in front of him. Patch notes, tutorial reward behavior adjusted, duplicate item generation fixed after acquisition, item persistence improved, tutorial stability enhanced. He tightens his grip on the weapon. Even the sound tells him everything he needs to know. He was listening to how loud the zombies are getting, telling himself not to rush too much. Even if he doesn't want to see them up close, there's no avoiding it anymore. He'll be seeing them till he's sick of it. He steps forward. There are several ways to clear the tutorial. One of them is simple. Kill zombies. And kill. And kill. And keep killing, massacring every single zombie in the area. But there's another way. If you don't like that, there's also a method to break through. The closing zombie wall. The moment the zombies start compressing from all directions, the wall forms, sealing the area completely. Bodies pile up. Hands claw forward. Teeth gnash in the dark. Then, the pressure spikes. The wall collapses inward. The zombies surge. And suddenly, he's sent flying. He slams across the ground. Damn! He tries to pull himself up, but his body doesn't respond fast enough. He couldn't pull it off like Toshi or Ori does. Fine. His strategy was simple. He forces himself upright and starts running. Footsteps thunder behind him as the horde chases relentlessly. His breathing stays steady. No hesitation. No panic. His original plan was never to wipe everything out. It was simple. Just find the boss and take it down. He runs without stopping for even a moment. Of course, he isn't blindly searching for the boss monster. That would be reckless. There is always a checkpoint within the designated tutorial area. And only by reaching that checkpoint will the boss respawn. That's the rule. But where the hell is it? As he moves, a warning flashes in front of him. Shade Grape's effect will soon wear off. Time is running out. The checkpoint has to be one of the buildings located within a 3-kilometer radius of the tutorial starting point. Among them, there's only one place it can be. Zombies suddenly surge toward him. One swipes at his head, and he barely manages to deflect the blow while continuing to move. More bodies press in from the sides, forcing him to weave through narrow gaps as he pushes forward. Rain pours down as the ruined city stretches ahead. Then, he sees it. There it is. A single intact building stands among the wreckage. The checkpoint, and with it, the place where the tutorial boss will finally appear. He stumbles forward and finally comes to a stop. A system message flashes. Shade Grape's effect has worn off. At least now he can catch his breath while waiting for the boss to respawn. For the moment, he decides on his next move. He'll head up to the roof. The plan is simple. First, confirm what kind of enhanced zombie appears. Then decide how to deal with it. As he starts moving, something feels off. Ha! He pushes open the rooftop door. At that moment, someone freezes behind him. A girl stares in disbelief. Siongo? Later they sit on the rooftop and she told him everything. He then asked, so basically, all the gym members survived. She replied, yes, thankfully. Then he asks the obvious question. But what brings you all the way out here? She looks at him, slightly surprised. She quickly waves it off. Ah, I absolutely did not ignore the manual. She explains that Kyung-hoon insisted they stick together. When they argued about it, zombies suddenly showed up. After that, everything turned chaotic. They ran without a clear direction, and somehow ended up here while trying to escape. He listens quietly, taking in every detail. This wasn't a coincidence. The tutorial area, the checkpoint, and now other survivors have wandered into it. He clenches his teeth. Damn it, that troll bastard can't use good intel even when it's handed to him. This is seriously troublesome. He lowers his voice and turns toward her. Mi-kyung, listen carefully. Having to pretend to be a non-awakened in this situation makes everything harder. He told her that soon the tutorial boss, an enhanced zombie, will be summoned. Her eyes widen. What? Don't tell me the method you chose is. He replied, no. She freezes. He continues, I just got dragged into this. Someone else dumped us into this mess. She lowered her head. I see. He exhales once, then continues. In the video, it said that once the boss dies, the gathered zombies scatter. The zombie wall collapses and all aggro resets. On the screen from the video, a familiar face appears, reminding viewers to like and turn the notification on. So don't forget to subscribe, guys. Kimbapjoa said that if you hide or run at that point, the tutorial will end. She thinks for a moment, then asks the key question. Then when does the enhanced zombie appear? He answers calmly. It'll show up soon. Then, right about. A violent surge of blue electricity tears through the air. The ground cracks as lightning arcs downward. A massive figure emerges, surrounded by sparks, its body twitching unnaturally as power courses through it. Like that, the enhanced zombie has spawned, and the tutorial has officially reached the point of no return. She squints at the monster below. Doesn't it look like it has antennae on its head? He studies it quietly. Then he turns to her. Has anything about your body changed recently? She blinks, confused. Why do you ask all of a sudden? He keeps his eyes on the enhanced zombie. Enhanced zombies with those kinds of protrusions on their heads are said to have the ability to seal something. Below them, The monster crouches, its body wrapped in a strange purple aura. Her expression stiffens. Gasp. Really? She raises her hand in a panic. Just a second, status window. A red system notification slams into view. Trait seal effect is in place. Her face goes pale. Whoa! Just like you said. My trait is sealed, Siongo. He looks at the message, then nods. I see. He turns to her again. Mi-kyung, you said you trusted me. Does that still hold true? She doesn't hesitate. Of course. After everything you've done to help us. And, he cuts in calmly. The stuff I mailed you last time. Is it in your bag? She opens her backpack at once. Of course. Starting with the flare signal and all that. He nods once. Good. Then he issues his orders. Mi-kyung, draw the zombie's eyes from the rooftop. She stiffens but doesn't argue. Below them, he grips his helmet. And without another word, he moves. The plan is set. The enhanced zombie has revealed its gimmick. And the tutorial boss fight finally begins on his terms. He drops down from above, committing to the fight. I'll take down the enhanced zombie. The moment his feet hit the ground, a sharp wave of regret hits him. Damn it. Striking a cool pose on the way down was fine. But, what now? The enhanced zombie stands at the center of the horde, its body wrapped in a thick purple aura as other zombies crowd around it. A red warning flashes in front of him. Trait seal effect is in place. Of all things, it had to be trait sealing. Still, it's not that strange. Back in the game, there were no traits to begin with, so there weren't any enhanced monsters that sealed them. But there were enhanced monsters that sealed other things. He grimaces. I got careless. If he'd known, he would have put his bow in slot 1 instead. Then something feels off. Huh? How come this still works? He pulls out his equipment, blue light flickering as the slot activates. So is it because the enhanced zombie's level is lower than mine? He quickly pieces it together. That means only his base trait is sealed. The extra one isn't. Guess I'll call this good luck. He steadies himself. Slot 2. Slot 3. Weapons materialize instantly in front of him. If that thing is lower level than he is, then it can't grant skills, and even item drops are unlikely. No matter how you look at it. That's a bad trade for the effort. But the fight is already in motion. And now that he understands the rules, all that's left is execution. He tightens his grip on the bow. But what can he do? It's not like he's alone here. Above him, Mi-kyung moves. I'll just aim for the next chance. Her voice suddenly cuts through the rain. Hey, hey, hey. He pauses. Then he sees it. From the rooftop, a bright red flare streaks into the air. Over here. Over here. The enhanced zombie snarls, its attention snapping upward as the flare burns. Even now, Mi-kyung really knows how to draw aggro. Below, the zombies begin to shift. Their movement changes as the horde starts clustering toward the rooftop. He exhales slowly. I can't just complain on my end either. He readies his bow. A blue system message flashes. Strength has increased by 1. He steadies his breathing. Oh, in that case, I at least broke even, maybe even profited. A brief explanation flashes through his mind. Break even, getting back what you invested after covering your losses. Thanks, enhanced zombie. He raises his bow. I'll return the favor with a one-shot kill. He draws the string back fully. Blue light condenses at the arrowhead. Then, he releases. The arrow screams forward, cutting through the rain like a blade of light as it dives straight toward the enhanced zombie. The decisive strike has begun. The arrow slices through the darkness. But it doesn't end the fight. The enhanced zombie twists at the last moment, the blade of light tearing past its body instead of finishing it off. TSK. It's too dark. Missed the one-turn kill. He clicks his tongue. Well, fine. He lowers the bow and moves immediately. Since this is his first boss monster hunt, he wants to feel the hit with his own hands. He launches himself forward. The enhanced zombie charges back, snarling as their paths collide midair. He raises his weapon overhead and brings it down with everything he has. The impact is brutal. Bone cracks. The creature slams into the ground, its skull smashing into the concrete. Goodbye. Tries to move. Tries to rise. But then, a violent surge of purple and red energy erupts as his follow-up strike tears straight through it. Blood splashes across the ground. The enhanced zombie convulses once, and goes still. A blue system message appears. Trait seal effect has been lifted. The oppressive pressure vanishes instantly. The boss is dead. And with that, the tutorial's greatest obstacle is finally cleared. A blue system message appears. You have gained 10 points. He looks down at the fallen enhanced zombie. So I really didn't get a skill, huh? He shifts his gaze, scanning the area. Then as for changed belongings or dropped items nearby, something catches his attention. Huh? What's this? A new item window flashes. Robutin bracelet, insight +2. He lifts the bracelet into view. So there is something. But then, why are there two? Then Mikyung calls him. Siongo. He turns as she runs toward him. The seal wore off, so I shook them all off and came back. She stops beside him, slightly out of breath. He pieces it together immediately. Aha! So instead of a boss drop, a new tutorial clear reward got added. Another system message appears. You have gained 17 points. He glances at the floating window. These random points I just got must be one of those diversified point gain methods from the patch. He lifted the bracelet in front of Mikyung. This? She tilts her head. I didn't really do anything, so I feel bad taking it. He holds the bracelet out. You can take it. She hesitates as he explains calmly. Strictly speaking, clearing this was thanks to you, Mikyung. He fastens the bracelet around her wrist. So now, he lifts his gaze, the tension finally easing. Shall we head to the fitness club? Mikyung, staring up at the building. She calls out Siongo name, asking if the building looks like it is leaning a bit. Siongo answers that it does. He explains that in videos, buildings up to 8 floors, usually 5, are considered safer. Even if it is not urgent, it would be best to move. If it's tilting like this due to poor construction, it wouldn't be surprising if it collapsed at any moment. Mikyung says she will definitely talk to the gym owner about it. Siongo tells her that once everyone is gathered, that will be good. He adds that he will also explain about the killer system. Then a voice says that he knew they would still be alive. A man is shown standing with his arms crossed, waiting. Mikyung calls out to him, addressing him as coach. The man turns, and Siongo recognizes him. Hyungjun. Relief crosses his face as he speaks, saying thank goodness Hyungjun did not turn into a zombie. Hyungjun answers back, telling Siongo that he should have said something heartwarming instead. He says there is far too much to talk about. He tells everyone to go inside first. Once inside, Hyungjun asks quietly if that is true. Inside the room, several people are gathered among stacked supplies and improvised furniture. Hyungjun asks Siongo if he really took down a tutorial boss that seals traits. Siongo responds calmly, telling them there is no need to be shocked. He explains that thanks to Mikyung's awakening, he was able to do it one-on-one. Someone comments that his guts are insane and says that it is amazing. Siongo laughs lightly and answers that maybe that is true. He then asks if there was any item dropped as a tutorial reward. Hyungjun replies that there was nothing at all, except for the Spark Ebony Club. He adds that there weren't any of the checkpoints he mentioned either. He adds that there wasn't a single place without zombies to begin with. Someone reacts in disbelief, asking what that means. Siongo explains that tutorial difficulty and conditions are being applied based on the player's level in reality. He adds that they have to meet stricter conditions to receive rewards. He then asks if he ever gained points in any way other than killing monsters. Hyungjun answers that he got some when he helped Yoo-hyun. Yoo-hyun acknowledges that and says yes, that is right. He explains more clearly. He says that specifically, when the coach shoved away the zombie that was trying to grab him, points were awarded. Siongo continues, saying that in that case it seems that in reality, they gain points for successfully escaping after being spotted by a mob, for helping someone. Mikyung, with a surprise, clasping her hands, summarizes that non-combat awakeners can earn points more easily now. Siongo confirms it, saying exactly. Hyungjun then addresses Siongo directly. He asks him what his trait is. Siongo hesitates, responding with confusion, saying that the question came out of nowhere. Hyungjun steps closer and tells him not to play dumb. Hyungjun reminded Seongo that the system kicked in when the tutorial started, gave him a trait. He says that awakening was just a pre-registration bonus. Images from the game Survival Life appear, emphasizing the idea as he continues speaking. He wonders if everyone who survived awakened. Seongo reacts internally, finding it unbelievable. The protagonist thinking internally if the system simply flips the rules and settings this easily, then survival life information is not absolute. He continues, saying that unlike the other two, that did not get any items in the tutorial. He wonders what Mikyung, who awakened, must be thinking now. Hyungjun begins to speak again. He says that he received a physical enhancement that raised his strength and agility. Yuhyun says that he has been a doll maker from the start, saying that if he closes her eyes, he can see and hears and move through the dolls. Mikyung states calmly that, as everyone knows, hers blink. Seongo realizes that at this rate, he may have to reveal his trait as well. Internally, he admits that he is honestly torn. He thinks that if he reveals his real trait now, he could bury all the lies he has told so far. But he also thinks about how the three of them will react is another matter. The group sits together in silence. Mikyung calls out, addressing the coach. Seongo says that maybe it's just his twisted personality, but what if they feel resentment of jealousy? While Mikyung whispering something to the coach. Seongo brush it all, saying that they should stick to the plan. He resolves internally that he will only reveal his real trait when he meets friends he can absolutely trust, who can keep pace with his growth. He pauses, then says that for now, of course, he awakened too. He places a hand on his chest and says that it is time to be a bit more shameless. He adds that his trait is attack prediction. Yuhyun said that it means that he will never get ambushed. Seongo says it's not quite that powerful. He simply sees the monster's attack path like an afterimage in advance. He shifts the conversation, asking what the gym party is planning to do now. Hyungjun answers first. He says they will talk to Bora and that punk Park first. He says that their main focus will be leveling up and surviving. He adds that based on the information Seongo gave them the day before D-Day, opening the shop and auction seems to be the top priority. After that, he says they will track down those punks who bullied Mikyung, make them pay, and beat the crap out of them if they can. Seongo, smiling, said that giving Hyungjun that info was worth it. Yuhyun apologizes for cutting in, addressing Seongo and asks what level he is. The MC reacts sharply, asking what she just said. Yuhyun said it's just random curiosity that popped into his head. He says that Seongo cleared the tutorial boss all by himself. Mikyung looks at them quietly. Yuhyun continues, saying that with skills like that, Seongo must have been hunting zombies non-stop since they appeared. He then figured it up. He concludes that, in other words, since there's a level gap between him being level 1 and the respawn monster, Seongo must have been fighting mid-level monsters. Hyungjun suddenly grabs him from behind, restraining him as she gasps, barely able to breathe. Hyungjun said why would he ask something like that? He says that, at most, Seongo should only be around level 4. Yuhyun struggles and gasps, calling out that he cannot breathe. Hyungjun immediately asks Mikyung if that's all right. She answers that it is. She then says that since she is level 2, that must be how it is. She adds confidently that she is sure that is how it works. She turns to Seongo and asks if that is right. Seongo hesitates and answers vaguely. Internally, he thinks that they just covered for him so he would not have to put in extra effort. He realizes that they even knocked the kid out. Hyungjun crouches beside him, checking on him. After that, Seongo straightens up and says that since it is late, they should get going. He stands and begins to leave. Someone calls out, telling him to wait. Seongo turns back. Hyungjun hands him a plastic binoculars that Yuhyun made and some snacks. He asks if he can really have them. Hyungjun answers that of course he can, after everything Seongo has done for them. As they walk, Hyungjun suddenly asks if he ever told him why he divorced his wife. Seongo responds, reminding him that he said it was embarrassing and that he refused to say. Hyungjun answers that it really is embarrassing to spell it out now. He explains that it was because he was afraid of muscle loss. Specifically, when he ate with his wife, he's pretend to eat, but in reality he caused all sorts of trouble because he was obsessed with losing muscle and that became a problem. Hyungjun finishes by saying that, in the end, what he means is simple. He tells Seongo that everyone has things, big or small, that they do not want to talk about. He adds that you can talk about anything whenever you are ready, just like he is doing now. Seongo thinking that Hyungjun and Mikyung, saying that they must have noticed something was being hidden. Hyungjun brushes it off, saying that for now he is done talking. Seongo suddenly steps forward and grabs Hyungjun's arm. He tells him to let him say something. The level gap will eventually close. He'll get stronger once he gain more experience. He tells Hyungjun to stay alive until the day they can stand together. Mikyung looks up at them. After a brief pause, Seongo turns and begins to walk away. As he leaves, he says that he will drop by from time to time. Seongo stands amidst a snowy landscape, expressing disbelief at the sudden change in weather. He notes how it's hot in the real world, yet snowing in the other world. As he trudges through the snow, he reflects on the situation, questioning if it's real. He feels relieved that he had the foresight to stash supplies in the warehouse, preventing a potential disaster. He observes the icy surroundings, considering that perhaps the situation isn't entirely negative. His defenses have been unintentionally strengthened, allowing him to relax for a few days without worrying about goblins. He had plans to dig a moat, but the frozen ground makes it impossible, prompting him to reconsider his strategy. Determined, Seongo decides it's time to review the situation and organize his future plans. He smiles, seemingly ready to tackle the challenges ahead. The scene shifts to blood stains the floor as a trembling hand reaches out, while the words, "survival life," are carved in blood, emphasizing the game's sole objective, survival. A group of formidable creatures appears, highlighting the dangers players face. The game mechanics are explained, revealing that players can equip up to 5 items, preparing them for the battles to come. Players in the game can hold a maximum of 10 skills. If they exceed this limit, the oldest skill is replaced, which is considered a disadvantageous mechanic. Depending on their playstyle, players must create the worst contamination to stand at the top of the food chain. In reality, however, things are different. Our MC reflects on the variables that exist outside the game, acknowledging that there are many factors to consider. He recalled that there wasn't a single place free of zombies during the week he was logged off, indicating a significant change in the environment. The protagonist ponders his next move, questioning what he should do. He realized that despite the changes, nothing has fundamentally altered his situation. The strategy remains the same. Stockpile supplies, acquire better skills and items, and focus on survival. With a sense of determination, he concludes that he just needs to continue doing what he's been doing, maintaining his focus on the ultimate goal of survival. In the short term, Seongo focuses on what he needs to do in the other world. He plans to finish the moat and deal with the owlbear to secure the valley. In reality, he needs to farm festival fireworks and keep tabs on the hillside villa party. He considers his long-term goals, feeling overwhelmed by the numerous tasks ahead. Frustrated, he admits there's too much to do and decides to stop overthinking. He resolves to act once it hits midnight and the zombies fall asleep. His plan is to head to Gwangali to farm fireworks, focusing on this task to prepare. As he gears up, he reminds himself to concentrate on the immediate objective. Meanwhile, a group of people outside struggles with a jerrycan. One of them, frustrated, questions how someone can be so clueless. Another, claiming to be the brains, tries to defend himself. Tensions rise as one of them gets angry, daring the other to talk back to him. But a companion intervenes, urging them to stop. The girl urging them to cool off and suggesting they go home for a drink. The other refuses, stating they can't do that. They express concern that if Seongo survived and became an awakened like her, it could be problematic. They emphasize the importance of getting rid of the threat as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Seongo observes from a distance. He stepped out because he felt something was off, finding out they still obsessed with him. Realizing that the group plans to burn his house down. He acknowledges the threat they pose to his future and decides he can't show mercy. He listens as one of the group members tells the others to stop whining and finish the task quickly. Seongo steps forward, catching the group's attention. One of them questions why he's outside at this hour. Seongo casually explains that he slipped out to farm some fireworks. The group is surprised by his presence and questions his timing. Seongo explains that zombies are diurnal and fall asleep at midnight, allowing him to move freely as long as he avoids the creepers and keepers. The other expresses his frustration with newcomers who don't understand this. He then mentions another condition for creepers and keepers to spawn. The player level must be 7 or higher. The man confidently states that his current level is 5, which means the keepers won't appear. Siongo acknowledges his knowledge, impressed by his preparation. However, our MC introduces doubt, suggesting that the information they have might be incorrect. One of the group members, confused, asks what he means by that. Siongo cryptically responds that it's none of their business, but because of them, his plans have changed. He declares his intention to raid their hideout before farming fireworks. The group is taken aback by his boldness, with one member accusing him of losing his mind. As tensions rise, the leader orders his companions to take care of Siongo. They prepare to confront him, but suddenly, a keeper appears, catching everyone off guard. The group panics at the unexpected threat, with one member shouting in disbelief. Siongo seizes the opportunity and makes a run for it, leaving the group to deal with the keeper. As he escapes, the group scrambles to respond, with one member instructing another to pursue Siongo. The chase begins amidst the chaos. As the chase continues, one of the group members reflects on their past efforts, feeling frustrated by the ongoing pursuit. He thinks to himself that all he's done is chase after this elusive target. Determined, he resolves that if he can just catch him now, it will all be worth it. He calls out to his boss, urging him to join the pursuit. Suddenly, while sprinting forward, only to slam into an invisible barrier and falls to the ground, startled. The boss, confused, questions what just happened. Amidst the confusion, they lift him to the keeper. The boss, panic floods his face, while the monster finishes his friend. He quickly regroups with the girl, deciding to split up to cover more ground. One of them suggests going left while the other goes right, and they agree to the plan. As they sprint in different directions, the girl notices something alarming. She calls out to the leader, but before he can react, a fiery explosion erupts nearby. The blast catches them off guard. The fiery explosion lights up the sky, and the leader is thrown to the ground, disoriented and confused. He mutters to himself, questioning what has gone wrong. As he struggles to regain his footing, a menacing creature looms over him, its red eyes glowing ominously. Panicked, he wonders where everything went awry. Determined not to be defeated, he defiantly shouts that he won't go down like this. With a burst of energy, he charges at the creature, attempting to fight back. The creature, however, is relentless. Not willing to give up, he curses under his breath, realizing the dire situation he's in. The creature's presence is overwhelming, and he feels trapped. The creature opens his big mouth, ready to devour him. He acknowledges the pathetic state he's in. With a swift motion, the creature finishes him off. Meanwhile, Siongo watches from a distance, observing the chaos unfold. He appreciates the effort made by the fallen member, noting that he managed to land a hit on the creature. With determination, Siongo decides it's time to act. He prepares for a decisive strike, gripping his weapon tightly. Channeling his energy, he aims for the finishing blow, ready to turn the tide of the battle. Siongo unleashes a powerful attack, aiming directly at the creature. The energy surges forward, striking the target with immense force. Despite the impact, the creature staggers but does not fall, frustrating Siongo. He realizes that the fired bullet is disintegrating faster than expected, yet it has no effect. Determined, Siongo continues his assault, firing repeatedly at the creature until he's dead. He acknowledges that the situation doesn't feel right, but he presses on. As the creature finally succumbs, Siongo's level increases to 2. He gains 20 stat points, acquires the skill terrain detection, and notices an increase in the effectiveness of overlapping skills. Reflecting on the battle, Siongo contemplates the feeling of taking a life, whether directly or indirectly. He advises himself not to hold too much resentment. As he walks away from the scene, he notes that the trash got tricked by trash and died, simplifying the outcome. Afterward, Siongo's gear harvesting efforts proceed smoothly. He arrives at Kim Cheoljin's hideout, finding items that could sell well at the auction house. Though it wasn't what he expected, he sees potential profit. Siongo muses that if Cheoljin had been left alone, he would have naturally died over time. He was surprised by the amount of cigarettes and alcohol. The scene shifts to the Gwangju area. Siongo stands amidst a collection of large fireworks, satisfied with his haul. He notes that not only did he get the festival fireworks he wanted, but they are also impressively large. With Dingo's help, he navigates through the area, skillfully avoiding keepers and creepers. He manages to deal with the sleeping zombies one by one, clearing his path. Siongo checks his status, revealing he is at level 14 with 324 points to allocate. His stats include strength, agility, dexterity, and perception, along with skills like survival instinct and terrain detection. Excitedly, he exclaims that this is it, while Dingo barks in agreement. However, he acknowledges there's one problem. At 7 a.m., after finishing his raiding, Siongo feels the strain of moving supplies around twice. He admits that doing this is quite rough. He reflects on the situation, thinking that if only the otherworld winter wasn't so harsh, things would be easier. He realizes that a single spark could set the shelter ablaze, and strong things on the ground would cause moisture issues, so this is still the best place. Determined to ensure everyone's safety, Siongo plans his next move. He decides to head to the wall to check if Suyin is alive and the nearby time shelter, also Kyungjun's golf course base. Suddenly, a loud noise catches his attention, prompting him to turn around in surprise. Siongo hears the sound of rain pouring heavily outside. For 2 days, typhoons have battered the real world. During this time, he focuses on digging a moat, finding it too risky to move in the still-frozen otherworld. After another day passes, he finally completes the moat. Exhausted, he vows never to undertake such a task again. Fortunately, the thaw arrives, melting the ice walls. The weather becomes more bearable, and Siongo acknowledges the brutal conditions he endured. Despite the challenges, he decides there's no point in complaining. As the ice walls melt, he notes that most awakened are still stuck because of the storm. Determined, he declares it's time to move on to the next step. A random thought crosses his mind. In survival life, firearms were considered overpowered. He reflects on the simple reason for this. Guns only unlocked late, after the Iron Death disease, and could only be obtained through farming. As he walks with Dingo, he remains focused on his plans, ready to tackle the challenges ahead. Siongo observes a large creature moving through the forest. He notes that despite its size, it still hasn't detected him. He credits Dingo for finding the perfect spot, acknowledging the dog's keen instincts. As Siongo crouches, he reflects on his improved insights that are up to 14 thanks to the watch, and with terrain sense skill at level 2. He feels confident, knowing even the owlbear can't sense him. He checks his ammunition, counting 15 bullets remaining. Siongo calculates that to take down something tougher than a keeper, he needs at least 7 clean shots, even with uncorroded bullets. Bullets the plague can't ruin. He understands the importance of using his limited ammo wisely, especially since restocking is impossible. Taking aim, Siongo fires at the creature. The bullet hits its target, causing the creature to roar in pain. Siongo watches as the creature roars in pain, its red eyes glaring fiercely. The creature's massive form thrashes about, trying to locate its attacker. Siongo firing 2 more bullets at the owlbear. The creature lets out another deafening roar, its frustration evident. Siongo notes the creature's inability to pinpoint his location, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Determined to face the creature head-on, Siongo decides it's time to confront it directly. He stands up, ready to meet the creature eye to eye. With resolve, he declares that today is the day to settle this. Siongo with a confident smile, calling it an owl freak. As the creature charges forward, our MC prepares his strategy, mentioning slot 1, slot 2, with a confident smirk. Siongo activates his abilities, blue energy crackling around his hands. He lights a fuse, preparing an explosive device. With precision, he throws it towards the creature. Siongo swiftly moves, readying himself for the next phase of his plan. He announces slot 3, maintaining his focus. Just then, as the creature launches himself towards our MC, swinging its claw upward, a golden explosion lights up the sky, taking his attention. The creature was overwhelmed by the light, putting his hands on his eyes, hiding it. Now enraged and disoriented, the creature struggles against the fiery assault. Siongo takes advantage of its vulnerability, launching another attack. As the creature reels from the impact, Siongo taunts it again, noting its weakness to light. He activates slot 4, determined to finish the battle. Siongo stands amidst swirling energy, confidently declaring, "Now then." His eyes glow red with determination as he commands the creature to get out of my valley. The creature lets out a pained cry, its body convulsing from the impact of Siongo's attack. A notification appears, indicating Siongo has gained 25 points and leveled up to 15. He acquires a new skill, silent movement. At this level, an additional trait effect is unlocked. Dimensional slot +1. Breathing heavily, Xiango acknowledges slot 4's success. The silent movement skill greatly reduces all sounds produced by the player. The dimensional slot allows him to retrieve an item from storage once per day. Reflecting on his new abilities, Xiango feels a sense of unease. He considers the potential of selling the creature's claws as weapon material, deciding to make the most of his resources. With a determined look, Xiango activates slot 5, thinking he might as well milk everything he can. He revs up a chainsaw, ready to harvest the creature's valuable parts. Xiango takes a hearty bite of the cooked meat, savoring the taste. He sits cross-legged by a campfire, enjoying the meal with a satisfied expression. A small, white creature munches on its own piece of meat beside him. Xiango chuckles, declaring, "Heh! This is life!" As he relishes the moment of peace and contentment. The small, white creature barks eagerly, its eyes wide with anticipation. Xiango looks at it with mild exasperation, commenting, "Honestly, you already ate 5 and you still want more?" Despite his words, he can't help but smile at the creature's enthusiasm. With a playful tone, Xiango tosses another piece of meat to the creature, saying, "Here, you little punk." The creature catches it skillfully, clearly delighted with the extra treat. Xiango gently pats the small creature, encouraging it to eat up and grow fast. He envisions a future where they can perform combo plays together, or the creature can even hunt solo. Noticing a change, Xiango remarks with surprise, "Huh!" He observes that the creature has gotten a bit bigger. Satisfied, he concludes, "Well, guess you're full now, so." Xiango stands up, brushing off his clothes, and asks, "Shall we get moving again?" He seems ready to continue his journey with renewed energy. He then mentions the new feature unlocked at level 15, the auction house. A sense of curiosity and anticipation fills the air as he considers the possibilities this new feature might bring. Xiango examines the auction house interface, noting its similarity to the shop system from the game. He observes the options to list or retrieve items, with a transaction fee of 10%. Surprised, he questions the fee, recalling it was only 5% in the game. This unexpected increase leaves him pondering the implications for his future transactions. Xiango expresses his frustration, exclaiming, "What a blatant ripoff," as he interacts with the auction house interface. He points at the retrieve item option, clearly displeased with the increased transaction fee. Suddenly, something catches his attention, and he reacts with surprise, uttering, "Huh!" His eyes widen, indicating that something unexpected has occurred. Xiango notices an item already listed in the auction house, an old ebony club, with a minimum bid of 10 points and a buy now price of 100 points. The time remaining is 20 minutes. He realizes someone has already listed an item and tells himself to calm down. He takes a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves as he processes this new development. Xiango considers the possibility that if someone is at least semi-endgame tier with a combat-type trait, it wouldn't be unusual for them to be a higher level than him, even though he is non-combat. He focuses on the auction house, where the old ebony club is listed as auction item 1. The options to buy or bid are clearly displayed, and Xiango's hand hovers over the command button, contemplating his next move. Xiango examines the comments on the auction house interface, noting the messages, "No one yet," and "Damn, did I level too fast?" He also sees a to-do list item. Today's to-do: beat up a keeper XS. Curious, Xiango muses, The way this is written, a realization dawns on him, and with a confident expression, he states, "I think I know who it is." In the world of survival life, anonymity was highly valued. Players could customize not only their gender but also their voices, allowing them to maintain their privacy and alter their in-game personas. Aside from the global chat where IDs were visible, Xiango reflects on the anonymity within the game. He notices a message in the chat from Newbie is Newbie PC1, asking, "Hi, anyone here?" Xiango considers the game's privacy features, realizing there was no way to obtain information about others unless they revealed it themselves. With a knowing smile, he seems to piece together a plan, understanding the importance of maintaining his own anonymity while navigating the game's social dynamics. Xiango reflects on the dynamics within the game, noting that as more veteran players accumulate, they tend to deviate from the developer's intended direction. He considers this a significant issue. He focuses on a particular player who frequently adds XS at the end of their messages. This habit stands out to Xiango, marking the player as an attention seeker among others. Xiango's thoughts linger on the player's behavior, recognizing it as a deliberate attempt to draw attention in the game's social environment. Xiango taps on the microphone icon, preparing to communicate. With a friendly demeanor, he greets, "Hi," his expression open and approachable. Xiango receives a message asking, "Who are you?" "I'm Rabbit Princess." He observes the message with a thoughtful expression, noting the directness of the inquiry. Internally, he muses about the player's personality, wondering if it's similar in real life, as they come in hot right away. With a friendly smile, Xiango responds, "I'm Gimbap Lover," introducing himself with ease. Xiango waits for a response, noting the delay with some concern. He wonders if the other player is suspicious of him. Suddenly, a loud, mischievous laugh erupts from the chat, catching Xiango off guard. The message continues with an accusatory tone. "I trusted you, Gimbap Lover Nim." The player expresses their frustration, asking, "Do you know how long I've been waiting?" Xiango looks up at the screen, surprised by the intensity of the response. Xiango receives a message asking if he's with the president. He quickly responds, clarifying that he's acting alone. The other player expresses surprise, having thought Xiango was involved due to flyers distributed on Doomsday. Xiango admits he shared some information with the government, but it was more like advice. Reflecting on the situation, Xiango considers that someone knowledgeable about Sura might be involved. He is cautious about revealing his own traits, preferring to keep certain aspects hidden. Xiango reflects on the message, agreeing that revealing one's trait is risky unless you're a combat type. He feels understood, thinking, as expected, Rabbit Princess gets me. Meanwhile, another player, with a confident demeanor, suggests that it's fine for him to reveal his own trait and asks if Xiango wants to hear it. Xiango is surprised, questioning if it's really okay to share such information. Xiango listens as the other player confidently states that they will be moving together anyway. He chuckles nervously, responding, "Ahaha. Well," the player reveals their trait. "Anyway, my trait is Resurrection." They explain that as long as they have points, they can use it infinitely. Xiango is taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, "What? Seriously?" The other player continues, sharing that their current level is 17. They explain that their trait now includes physical resistance, elemental resistance, and various special resistances. Xiango listens intently, taking in the impressive stats displayed on the screen. Health and strength at 16, agility at 14, dexterity at 8, and perception at 9. With a mischievous tone, the player asks Xiango to share his own traits. Xiango hesitates, feeling the pressure of the request. He begins to respond, "Well, about that." Xiango hesitates, feeling the weight of the question. He admits, "I can't tell you right away." The other player reacts with surprise, exclaiming, "Huh? Why?" Xiango reflects internally, revealing his struggle. "Actually, I have trust issues with people." Xiango reflects on his trust issues, admitting that he doesn't even share his abilities with people close to him in real life. He reassures Rabbit Princess, saying, "Of course, it's not that I don't trust you, Rabbit Princess Nim." He explains his preference for meeting face-to-face to talk first. Rabbit Princess responds with understanding, acknowledging Xiango's feelings. "I understand. I get how you feel, at least to some extent." Xiango receives a request from someone referred to as Gimbap Lover Nim, asking them to search the auction house again. He hesitates, faced with a decision to register or not, and chooses no. Confused, he questions the urgency of the situation. "Huh? What do you mean?" but is urged to hurry. As he processes the situation, Xiango's attention is caught by something unexpected. He looks on with surprise, realizing, "Wait, this is..." Xiango's attention is drawn to a magic metal ring, its description highlighting its value. The ring offers a boost of +2 to both health and strength, and it sparkles with embedded magic. Xiango realizes the significance of this item, especially at this early stage, just after finishing the tutorial. A player, with a satisfied expression, reveals that they searched the entire neighborhood to acquire the ring. They offer it to Xiango for 10 points, clearly pleased with their find. Xiango is taken aback, exclaiming, "What? How could you give something this valuable?" His surprise is evident as he processes the generous offer. A message appears, urging him to just take it. The player explains their reasoning. I figured I should show this much sincerity for you to trust me. Xiango, still puzzled, internally questions, why though? As he tries to understand the player's intentions. Xiango recalls meeting Rabbit Princess early in the game. They formed a bond, facing challenges together. In one memory, they stand side by side, shaking hands against a glowing sunset. Another memory shows them in a dire situation, captured by a massive creature, yet still united. Their camaraderie is evident as they celebrate a victory, wielding weapons triumphantly over a fallen foe. The bond they share is strong, especially among veterans, as they are shown running together, escaping danger with determination and trust. Xiango lies on the grass, gazing at the sky alongside Rabbit Princess. The sun shines brightly, casting a warm glow over them. Xiango reflects on the unexpected goodwill he's received, feeling grateful despite his initial surprise. In his hand, the magic metal ring sparkles with a magical aura. Nearby, the claws of the defeated creature and some cooked fish rest on a cloth. Xiango contemplates the value of the ring and the generosity shown to him, appreciating the moment of camaraderie and trust. Xiango decides that the best way to reciprocate the generosity he's received is to show his own sincerity. He lists the owlbear claw and smoked trout for sale, hoping to offer something valuable in return. A player reacts with surprise and excitement upon seeing the listings, exclaiming, "Huh, what is this? This is freaking sexy." Their enthusiasm is evident as they consider purchasing the items. Xiango recalls that the player enjoys grilled fish as snacks and values animal claws as weapons. This thoughtful gesture reflects his understanding of their preferences, reinforcing the bond between them. A player exclaims in surprise, "Ooh-hoo! Monsters are already showing up in Busan?" Their excitement is palpable as they eagerly interact with a glowing interface, their finger hovering over a purchase button. A message appears, clarifying, "No, it's related to my trait." This explanation seems to address the player's curiosity about the situation. The message continues, "You can think of it as a token of trust." This suggests that the interaction is part of a deeper relationship or understanding between the players. The player, overwhelmed by the revelation, responds with enthusiasm, "OXS, that's insane." Their reaction indicates a mix of awe and excitement at the unfolding events. Xiango addresses Rabbit Princess directly, expressing that he doesn't mind her coming all the way to Busan to meet him. He acknowledges their casual conversations in the game, but there's a hint of something more he wants to convey. Xiango advises Rabbit Princess that when they're together in real life, she should wear clothes and avoid using XS as a catchphrase. He emphasizes his desire to avoid drawing attention. Rabbit Princess responds, acknowledging the request. She agrees to change her catchphrase to JYAS when with him and humorously mentions that going around naked is fine when she's alone. Xiango, slightly exasperated, notes that she still feels the need to add something extra and occasionally strip. Rabbit Princess enthusiastically exclaims, JYAS, in agreement with her new catchphrase. After finishing the conversation with Gimbap Lover, Xiango enjoys a proper meal for the first time in a while. He savors the taste, appreciating the moment. As he eats, a sense of calm settles over him. Then, whether by coincidence or not, the typhoon subsides, leaving a peaceful atmosphere in its wake. Xiango's eyes widen as he gazes out the window. Bright sunlight streams in, illuminating the room with a warm glow. He sits, pondering the moment, and wonders aloud, "What should I call this?" With a hint of amusement, he concludes, "A divine revelation?" The light seems to bring a sense of clarity and inspiration, marking a new beginning. Xiango ponders aloud, questioning if his best friend, the last man standing in the game, has finally become a god. His expression is a mix of curiosity and disbelief as he considers the possibility. Meanwhile, Sayo makes a bold move, leaping down from a building. The impact of his jump is powerful, creating a dramatic scene as he lands with force. The onlookers, seemingly startled, react to his sudden and daring action. Sayo lands with a powerful impact, his hand forcefully pressing down on the face of an opponent. The intensity of the moment is captured as the opponent's eyes bulge, and blood trickles from their mouth. The scene shifts to reveal Sayo standing over his adversary, his grip unyielding. The force of his landing creates a shockwave, scattering debris around them. Onlookers, caught off guard, react to the sudden and fierce display of strength. Sayo, with determination, grips the leg of his opponent firmly. His intention is clear as he prepares to execute a powerful move. Reflecting on the warmth and camaraderie his friend has brought back into his life, Sayo feels a surge of gratitude and strength. With a fierce shout of giant swing, he launches his opponent into the air with incredible force. The sheer power of the swing sends the adversary flying, leaving onlookers in awe of Sayo's might. Sayo realizes there is one problem. As he processes this thought, a loud, maniacal laughter echoes through the air. The sound reverberates across the cityscape, accompanied by the rapid patter of footsteps. The scene shifts to Sayo, who appears to be in mid-action, his expression one of surprise. He seems to be caught off guard by the unexpected development, uttering a confused, "Huh," as he tries to comprehend the situation. 3 days have passed since the typhoon completely subsided. The sky is clear, and a paper airplane drifts lazily through the air. Below, people move about, their expressions a mix of relief and exhaustion. In the meantime, the gym party members are gradually adapting to the apocalypse. The paper airplane continues its flight, gliding past a building with cracked walls, a testament to the recent chaos. Despite the damage, life seems to be slowly returning to a new normal. Yahello, having reached level 5, now possesses the ability to send the dolls he crafted much farther. He stands by a window, releasing a paper airplane imbued with a faint glow, watching it glide away. The paper airplane carries a message, informing him that the gym party has relocated to a second-floor taekwondo studio near his house. Yahello sits inside, reading the note with a thoughtful expression, the paper airplane resting on the table beside him. Kyung-hoon and Bora had become a couple, their happiness evident as they walked together, surrounded by a backdrop of hearts and sparkles. Meanwhile, Hyungjin-hyung had reached level 10, unlocking the shop. He stood in awe, staring at the glowing interface before him, surprised by the new possibilities it presented. Whenever he received notes like these, he helped their growth by pointing them to locations he had set up in advance. This ensured they could farm safely. He releases another paper airplane, watching it glide into the clear sky. This should be enough, right? He muses, confident in his preparations. Yahello stands in front of a glowing interface, his eyes wide with excitement as he exclaims, "Auction house." The vibrant display reflects on his face, capturing his attention completely. He thinks to himself about maintaining communication, ensuring he doesn't lose touch with important connections. Despite his efforts, the responses he receives are slow, leaving him to wonder what the other person might be up to. Meanwhile, chaos unfolds outside. A figure urgently pushes through a crowd, shouting, "Move aside! I have to go to Busan." The urgency in his voice is matched by the intensity of his actions, as he forcefully makes his way forward. Yahello reflects on the leveling system, noting that just like in the game, reality requires double the experience from level 15 onward. He has learned about the Hell level zone, where progress becomes significantly more challenging. He opens his status window, revealing his current level of 15 and 384 points. His stats show enhancements in health, strength, dexterity, and perception. His traits include exclusive dimensional gate access, and his skills are survival instinct, terrain detection level 2, and soundless movement. Considering the relationship between points and levels, he calculates that to reach level 16, he would need to defeat approximately 100 zombies. Yahello considers his situation, acknowledging that if he focused purely on hunting, reaching his goals wouldn't be impossible. His hand hovers over the glowing interface, reflecting his determination. He muses to himself, "Well, in my case," contemplating the unique circumstances that set him apart from others. Yahello stands before a glowing interface, a smile playing on his lips. He seems amused and confident, his eyes reflecting the vibrant light. He stretches, a relaxed expression on his face, and remarks, "I've got way too many other things to deal with for that." His demeanor is casual yet determined, indicating a readiness to tackle whatever challenges lie ahead. 2 hours later, the scene shifts to a large, fortified door surrounded by lush greenery. A voice questions, "HM? Is that really true?" Inside, someone holds a shimmering blue knife, examining it closely. They comment, "You're saying this mithril knife," trailing off as they consider its significance. Yahello looks at the shimmering blue knife in his hand, astonished. You guys actually made it yourselves? He asks, his voice filled with disbelief. Below him, small, animated figures cheer enthusiastically, their excitement evident. He reflects on the situation, recalling how he barged in and handed over the rare ore they had agreed upon. The golden ore glistens on the table, a testament to their successful collaboration. Yahello looks at the small beetle-like creatures, bewildered by their capabilities. He exclaims, "But you guys are beetles. How did you even manage to make something like this?" The beetles respond energetically, their voices filled with enthusiasm. Realizing their potential, Yahello nods in understanding. "All right, so I just need to give you a chance? Is that it?" The beetles tap their claws in agreement, eager to prove themselves further. Yahello hands a coin to one of the beetle-like creatures, challenging it to craft something with it if they truly made the mithril knife. The beetle responds with an enthusiastic BBU and eagerly takes the coin. The beetle examines the coin closely, its small claws working diligently. It begins to carve and shape the coin with precision, showcasing its crafting skills. Focused and determined, the beetle continues its work, the coin gradually transforming under its careful manipulation. The beetle triumphantly holds up a newly crafted knife, its surface gleaming under the light. It exclaims, "BBU BBU," with pride, showcasing its handiwork. Yahello watches in awe, his eyes widening at the sight. "Whoa!" He breathes, clearly impressed by the beetle's craftsmanship. Examining the knife closely, Yahello remarks, "It actually works." His voice carries a mix of disbelief and admiration as he acknowledges the beetle's unexpected skill. Yahello examines the finely sharpened knife, questioning the beetle about the rough and uneven finish of the mithril knife. His curiosity is piqued by the contrast in craftsmanship. The beetles, visibly upset, begin to tear up. One of them lets out a sorrowful boo-hook, their emotions overwhelming them. Yahello, taken aback by their reaction, stammers, "What? Are you crying right now?" His surprise is evident as he tries to comprehend the situation. Yahello, with a reassuring smile, tells the beetles to pull themselves together and draw out their ideas properly. He acknowledges his role as the client in their contract and promises to hear them out first. The beetles, motivated by his words, gather around a table. They begin to sketch out their plans, their small forms buzzing with determination as they work together. Yahello realizes the beetles have been struggling due to goblin attacks, which prevented them from crafting proper weapons. The beetles nod, confirming his suspicion, their expressions filled with frustration. Curious about the goblins' whereabouts, Yahello asks the beetles where exactly these creatures live. The beetles flutter around him, eager to provide the information he seeks. The beetle points to a map, indicating the location of the goblin's nest with a swirl and several red circles. It confirms Yahello's inquiry about the nest's location. Yahello, with a determined expression, assures the beetle, "Okay, I'll go wipe it out soon." The beetle responds with a surprised BBU as it processes his bold declaration. Yahello, with a playful tone, tells the beetle that it will have to do its part too. The beetle responds enthusiastically, agreeing with a cheerful BBU. BBU. The beetle, holding a pen, seems ready to contribute. Yahello acknowledges their mutual understanding, suggesting that if the beetle brings him enough materials, he can even handle burning the bodies for them. Yahello adds, "And one more thing," hinting at an additional request or plan he has in mind. Yahello asks the beetles if they can take on a crafting request immediately, separate from the goblin nest subjugation. He assures them that the reward will be worthwhile. The beetles respond with enthusiasm, one of them exclaiming, "BURRRBBU," as they eagerly agree to the task. Yahello, smiling warmly, expresses his desire to maintain a good, friendly relationship with the beetles moving forward. The beetles cheerfully agree, their spirits lifted by the positive interaction. Realizing unexpectedly that the beetles had leader potential, Yahello continued farming as usual with Dingo by his side. Together, they worked diligently, maintaining their routine. Meanwhile, the streets were filled with regular zombies, their groans echoing through the air. These zombies had grown stronger than the early game ones, presenting a new challenge. Yahello charges forward with determination, gripping a spiked weapon tightly. His swift movement creates a blur as he closes in on his target. He swings the weapon with force, aiming at a nearby zombie. The creature lets out a groan, H, As it senses the impending attack, Yuhayan swings his spiked weapon with precision, striking the zombie with a powerful blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, and the zombie collapses to the ground, defeated. As Yuhayan catches his breath, another zombie lunges at him from behind. Its eyes glow ominously, and it reaches out with clawed hands, aiming for Yuhayan's back. Reacting swiftly, Yuhayan ducks just in time, narrowly avoiding the zombie's grasp. The creature's momentum carries it forward, leaving it vulnerable to Yuhayan's counterattack. Yuhayan swiftly counters, his spiked weapon slicing through the air with a blue arc. The zombie's head is struck with precision, purple blood splattering as it falls lifelessly to the ground. Another zombie charges at Yuhayan, its eyes glowing with a menacing light. Yuhayan remains focused, his expression determined as he prepares for the next attack. Yuhayan moves with practiced ease, dispatching zombies almost out of habit. His focus remains sharp as he continues his journey. With a swift motion, he strikes another zombie, the blue energy from his weapon cutting through with precision. Determined, Yuhayan heads toward his destination, Eden Villa, ready for whatever challenges await him there. Yuhayan stands in awe, his eyes wide with amazement as he takes in the sight before him. Wow! He breathes, clearly impressed by what he sees. He gazes up at the impressive structure of Eden Villa, noting its grandeur. Look at how fancy this place is, he remarks, his voice filled with admiration. Beside him, Dingo stands alert, sharing in the moment of discovery. Yuhayan reflects on the situation, acknowledging that without the chaos, he probably never would have visited such a place. He walks alongside Dingo, taking in the surroundings. As they move forward, Yuhayan ponders a lingering question, wondering if Suyin is still alive. The thought weighs on him as they continue their journey. Yuhayan holds a card from Calyp's hospital, reflecting on the survival of Hyungjin and Bora, both non-awakeners. He considers the implications of their survival amidst the chaos. He looks up at the towering structure of Eden Villa, contemplating the confirmation that those who have had contact with awakeners are immune to zombie spores. This realization adds a layer of hope to his thoughts. Standing before the impressive building, Yuhayan feels a mix of determination and curiosity. Dingo remains by his side, ready for whatever comes next. Yuhayan reassures himself, confident that Suyin, who once shook his hand, hasn't turned into a zombie. His thoughts shift to a more pressing concern. What truly worries him is the location of Eden Villa. He stands in a dimly lit room, surrounded by scattered furniture, contemplating the challenges that lie ahead. Yuhayan stands in the dimly lit room, contemplating the proximity of Eden Villa to the golf course and Kwon Kyungjun's bunker. He considers the strategic advantage of the location. He also notes its closeness to the government-built time shelter. This realization adds another layer of significance to his surroundings. Turning to Dingo, Yuhayan instructs, "Get up here, Dingo." The loyal companion responds with a bark, ready to follow Yuhayan's lead. Yuhayan stands at the edge of a shaft, a rope hanging down into the darkness below. He notes that the location is ideal for survivors to gather, considering its strategic advantages. As he begins to descend, he reflects on the potential for conflict in such a place. The setup, while perfect for gathering, also makes it ripe for disputes to arise at any moment. With Dingo securely on his back, Yuhayan carefully climbs down the rope, fully aware of the risks and ready to face whatever challenges may come. Yuhayan grips the edge of the shaft, letting out a breath as he steadies himself. He acknowledges the difficulty of the climb, noting that an average person would be completely exhausted by now. Dingo remains perched on his shoulder, eyes wide and alert. With determination, Yuhayan pulls himself up, ready to face whatever challenges await. Yuhayan observes the rope installation, noting its significance. He concludes that Suyin was likely responsible for setting it up. As he walks down the hallway, he spots Unit 302 and wonders if it's the right one. The corridor is littered with debris, evidence of past chaos. Yuhayan knocks on the door, frustration evident in his expression. He mutters to himself, "Damn it, seriously." He stands outside the door, addressing whoever might be inside. "I told you I'd come to the meeting spot on time, didn't I?" he exclaims, his voice carrying a mix of annoyance and urgency. Dingo remains perched on his shoulder, observing the situation with alert eyes. A voice from behind the door warns Yuhayan, "I told you several times not to come all the way here. There's a murderer nearby." The urgency in the voice is clear, causing Yuhayan to respond with a surprised, "Huh!" The door opens slightly, revealing a familiar face. "Siongo?" the person asks, recognizing Yuhayan. He responds with a nervous laugh. "Ahaha, it's good to see you, Suyan." Dingo, perched on his shoulder, lets out a cheerful bark, adding to the reunion's warmth. Suyan peers through the slightly open door, asking Yuhayan what brings him all the way there. Yuhayan responds, explaining that he came to collect the medicine money, emphasizing the give-and-take nature of their arrangement. Suyan seems taken aback, recalling that he did mention it before, but still seems surprised by his presence. With a slight smile, Suyan teases Yuhayan, pointing out that he's not exactly normal either. Her light-hearted comment adds a touch of humor to their interaction, easing the tension of the moment. Yuhayan, with a concerned expression, asks Suyan what she means by mentioning a murderer. Suyan, still partially hidden behind the door, urges him to come inside first. As Yuhayan steps into the room, Suyan welcomes him with a smile, indicating that the conversation ahead will be lengthy. From the moment Dingo and our MC sat on the couch, Suyan began to unload everything she knew, almost as if she were venting her anger. She spoke quickly and precisely, hardly giving him a chance to get a word in. In summarizing, she stated that around the time shelter, 3 different parties had divided the area and were coexisting. Suyan continued, explaining that a larger group, known as Party C, consisting of at least 10 members, had emerged. This group, with a formidable presence, suddenly proposed opening the time shelter. Their plan included dividing all the stored supplies among the parties. When the other 2 groups refused Party C's proposal, tension escalated quickly. In a sudden and violent turn of events, a member of Party C stabbed one of the opposing group members, blood splattering from the wound. A murderer appeared, his presence marked by a sinister aura. His face was smeared with blood, and he held a knife, still dripping from the recent attack. His expression was one of twisted satisfaction. Judging by their numbers, the leader of Party C was identified as Kwon Kyung-jun. His demeanor was confident, and he seemed unfazed by the chaos unfolding around him. Siongo considered the situation, realizing that the killer was likely one of Kwon Kyung-jun's subordinates, brainwashed by his mind control trait. This revelation was unsettling, as it indicated the extent of Kwon's influence over his followers. Despite possessing such a powerful ability, Kwon had chosen to make an offer to the other groups instead of forcing compliance. This decision suggested that his mind control trait probably had at least one major limitation, preventing him from using it indiscriminately. However, as for Suyan, our MC knew they had to proceed quietly. He couldn't tell Suyan any of his thoughts, realizing he couldn't risk dragging her into the mess. He asked if the killer appeared after the other teams rejected the offer. She responded, acknowledging that she couldn't confirm it, but it was clearly connected. Suyan explained that both team and their own group had lost members to murder, while team hadn't lost anyone. This discrepancy highlighted the imbalance and tension among the groups. She questioned the logic behind team's actions, wondering why they would attempt to open the time shelter early when it was destined to open eventually. This raised suspicions about team's true intentions and motives. Siongo pondered the situation, acknowledging the lack of sufficient information to draw any firm conclusions. He then turned his attention to Suyan, asking if her trait was related to healing. Suyan confirmed, demonstrating her ability with a glowing green aura emanating from her hand. She explained that her healing trait was limited, allowing her to barely heal wounds and not much more. Our MC acknowledged the difficulty support type awakened face in hunting. Suyan agreed, emphasizing that while they gain points by helping, they don't actually level up. As he considered this, he began to assume something, his hands moving thoughtfully. Siongo realized that team's leader wasn't a combat type. Instead, he likely possessed a different class of trait. This trait required wide-area weapon materials to level up quickly. Our MC asked the girl how it sounded. Her expression showed intrigue as she processed the information. She responded, acknowledging that the theory fit perfectly. She noted that the followers getting stronger didn't necessarily mean their leader did as well. Our MC confirmed her observation, agreeing with a simple, precisely. Siongo acknowledged that leading a group nearly the size of a clan must come with heavy burdens. He found the explanation believable, noting that it matched the current situation exactly. Suyan pointed out that the trait in question also had a divine nature. Siongo, reminded something, asked Soo-yeon if she would be meeting her teammates soon. She realized she did have plans and confirmed this with a slight smile. Our MC asked Soo-yeon if he was going farming. She replied simply, "No." She then leaned back slightly, a playful expression on her face. She mentioned that she thought someone was about to confess to her. Our MC responded with a surprised, "What?" Soo-yeon admitted, with a hint of embarrassment, that her group was full of idiots. She explained that this was why she had been short-tempered when the man knocked earlier. She elaborated on the type of people in her group, describing them as those who prioritize only one of their 3 needs. With a determined expression, she clarified that she was referring to the lust-driven ones. Seonjicho acknowledged the issue, admitting, "That is a bit of a problem." She reassured him with a smile, saying, "Oh, it's fine." Then, with a soft expression, added, "Deep down, they're not bad people." Soo-yeon shifted the conversation, asking Song-ho about his next steps. Song-ho, focused and determined, revealed his plan to scout the time shelter. Soo-yeon expressed concern, asking if it was dangerous with team present. Song-ho reassured her, explaining that he would observe from hiding, ensuring his safety. He reasoned that due to the zombie waves, team's full group wouldn't be assembled. Song-ho handed Soo-yeon a glowing yellow stone, calling it a housewarming gift. He explained that it worked well as a candle substitute and advised her to split it in half if it was too bright. Observing the stone, Soo-yeon noted that since Song-ho had luminescent stones, he must have already unlocked the shop. Song-ho reassured Soo-yeon, confirming her thoughts with a confident, "That's right." He smiled warmly, adding, "So don't worry." With determination, Song-ho promised that if things went well, he would repay the medical debt, even with interest. His expression was hopeful and sincere as he spoke. The scene shifted to a bright, clear day outside a large, imposing building. The entrance stood silent and still, as if waiting for something to happen. A voice echoed the question, and a man in a purple suit, seated confidently, inquired about the progress of the purification. His question hung in the air, directed at the individuals standing around him. One of the men in black suits responded, informing him that around 3 p.m. a killer had eliminated another member of the team. The man in the black suit continued his report, explaining that survivors were seen moving stored supplies. He assured that the cleanup in area should be complete soon. The leader, with a focused expression, inquired about the status of a team. He then received a report that there had been no unusual movement so far. He gave a cold directive, suggesting that they should kill one more from team as well. The man in black agreed, acknowledging that it would be most effective. The leader asked about the current whereabouts of the individuals they were tracking. The man explained that they couldn't track all of them because they were moving separately. The man in sunglasses reported that they had spotted a female member heading from her house toward Eden Plaza. He confirmed his understanding with a simple, "Got it." The man in the purple suit, with an intense expression and glowing eyes, instructed to send the killer after her. While still seated with authority, he asked if they had located a certain individual yet. His question was directed at the man standing before him. The man in the black suit responded, admitting that they had not confirmed the individual's identity yet. Suddenly, the man in the black suit, visibly anxious, apologized profusely, bowing his head in a gesture of regret. The leader clenched his fist tightly, frustration evident in his expression. His thoughts echoed a single, exasperated phrase, "Damn it." With a determined look, pondered the whereabouts of Seongo. His internal monologue was clear. He's definitely in Busan, but where? His gaze was intense, focused on solving this pressing mystery. A sense of urgency filled the air as a determined voice declared, "That bastard must be found fast." The scene unfolded in a desolate area where a man in a purple suit stood, his focus on a glowing blue screen. Around him, chaos ensued as men in black suits engaged in a fierce battle against monstrous creatures. The creatures, with glowing red eyes, were being swiftly dispatched by the men, who wielded knives with deadly precision. The man in the purple suit, visibly frustrated, questioned aloud, "Why the hell aren't I getting any points or EXP when my linked subordinates make kills?" His expression was one of exasperation, sweat beading on his forehead. He continued to lament internally, "Ever since I realized my trait has a flaw, it's even worse." His frustration was palpable, as he grappled with the limitations of his abilities. Deep in thought, pressed a finger to his lips. His internal monologue was filled with urgency. If I don't fix this soon. His mind raced as he recalled a particular individual, referred to as the unknown bastard. This person had possessed paralysis poison even before the apocalypse. Anxiety etched on his face, contemplated the possibility that the unknown individual might eventually overpower him. His thoughts were filled with dread. Might end up devouring me someday. He continued to worry about his current predicament. If he failed to reach level 15 by the scheduled date, he feared the consequences. Missing the auction summit. He feared that other regional leaders would look down on him, a prospect that filled him with unease. Overwhelmed with frustration, thought to himself, "Damn it all!" His expression was tense, reflecting his inner turmoil. A subordinate approached him, addressing him respectfully, "Boss," and proceeded to deliver a report. As ordered, we captured a zombie. The subordinate informed, gesturing towards a group of restrained zombies. The creatures growled menacingly, their presence adding to the tense atmosphere. The man in the purple suit observed the scene, his mind racing with thoughts and strategies. The man in the purple suit acknowledged his subordinate's efforts with a simple, "Good work." He accepted a flaming bottle handed to him by the subordinate, his expression calm yet focused. As he held the bottle, he suddenly released it, allowing it to fall to the ground. The bottle tumbled, flames flickering as it made contact with the surface. The restrained zombies, bound tightly with ropes, stood in a line, their eyes glowing ominously. The flaming bottle, now on the ground, ignited with intensity, spreading fire rapidly. As the flames engulfed the area, the zombies let out a collective guttural scream. The fire blazed fiercely, consuming everything in its path, creating a scene of chaos and destruction. The man in the purple suit stood amidst the raging flames, a notification appearing before him. Gained 40 points. Level up 9. Despite the chaos, his expression remained composed as he reflected, 6 more levels to go. He then addressed his subordinates with authority. "Listen up, everyone." His voice carried over the crackling fire, commanding attention as he prepared to give further instructions. "For now, you have 3 tasks." He held up 3 fingers, emphasizing the importance of his instructions. "There are 3, he reiterated, ensuring his subordinates understood the gravity of the situation. He then outlined the first task. First, locate the time shelter's lock mechanism. The scene shifted to a view of a large, imposing structure, its doors sealed tightly, hinting at the challenges ahead. He continued with his instructions, emphasizing the second task. Second, keep capturing zombies like this. The scene depicted several restrained zombies lying on the ground, their bodies motionless yet ominous. He then moved on to the third task, his expression intense and determined. And third, he began, his eyes glowing with a fierce light, track down unknown. His resolve was clear as he focused on the mission ahead. The leader demanded confirmation from his subordinates. Understood. In unison, they responded with conviction. Yes, sir. Their voices echoed with determination as they stood ready to execute his orders. The scene shifted to our MC crouched in the lush greenery, with Diangabi his side. He looked up with a confident smile, addressing Kwon Kyung-jun. You're fired up. His expression shifted slightly as he added a word of caution. Don't be too impatient. His tone was calm, yet carried a hint of warning, as he adjusted his scarf with a gloved hand. His face, partially obscured by a scarf, spoke with certainty. Soo-yun will protect him, and he'll eventually come to you on his own. His words carried a promise, hinting at a future encounter that seemed inevitable. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined cityscape. 2 figures stand alone. A man calls out with urgency, Soo-yun. He drops to one knee, holding a single red rose in his hands. His expression is earnest and determined as he looks up, pleading, Please go out with me. Soo-yun crosses her arms, looking skeptical. Is this really the best time? She questions, her voice tinged with disbelief. The man, still on one knee, seems taken aback. What do you? He begins, but Soo-yun interrupts, pointing out the urgency of their situation. You want to do this while there's a killer on the loose. The man, trying to maintain his composure, responds with a slight smile. Well, He starts explaining his reasoning. On the way here, I used my clairvoyance. His confidence seems to stem from this ability, hoping it reassures her. Soo-yeon looks at him with a serious expression. Just trusting your trait. Have you already forgotten? She asks, reminding him of a grim event. That our teammate died while farming. The man acknowledges her concern. That's true, he admits, but quickly adds. But when I checked, the killer was in Party's area. He tries to reassure her, his voice filled with conviction. This time you can really trust me. Soo-yeon runs a hand through her hair, frustration evident in her expression. This is exactly why I hate this. She mutters, clearly exasperated by the situation. The man, still holding the rose, looks up at her with determination. If you just accept my confession, I'll be a better boyfriend, he insists, trying to persuade her. Soo-yeon, hands on her hips, questions his certainty. How can you be so sure when nothing's been confirmed? She asks, her skepticism apparent. He remains persistent, but Soo-yeon cuts him off, her patience wearing thin. Stop it already, she demands, her voice firm. Soo-yeon turns away, her voice firm. That's enough, she declares, clearly frustrated. I don't see any value in listening to more of this. The man, still holding the rose, looks surprised and protests. I'm not done talking yet. Desperate, he pleads, just calm down and give me one last chance. Suddenly, a red glow emanates from his chest, causing him to clutch it in shock. What is this? He exclaims, panic rising in his voice. Soo-yeon wondering, what now? The man clutches his chest, bewildered. My heart suddenly feels strange, he admits, looking down at Soo-yeon with concern. Soo-yeon, alarmed, looks up at him sharply. Didn't you read the manual I shared? She asks urgently. That's the signal that a killer is nearby. Her expression turns to frustration as she processes the situation. So your damn information was wrong again, she accuses, her voice edged with anger. The man, taken aback, struggles to comprehend. That can't be, he mutters, disbelief evident in his voice. Soo-yeon walks away, contemplating their dire situation. Anyway, we need to move. We can't avoid a killer with life-tracking skills, she thinks, considering their options. But if we scatter and leave the plaza without triggering a deathmatch? The man calls out to her, urgency in his voice. Wait, he exclaims, trying to stop her. Determined to help, he focuses his energy. Let me try tracking the location, he says, activating his clairvoyance. A glowing symbol appears above his head as he concentrates, hoping to pinpoint the threat. The sky is painted with ominous hues as a figure emerges, a red glow surrounding him. He walks with a menacing presence, a knife clutched in his hand. The realization hits hard. The killer is already right in front of us. The tension in the air is palpable as the figure approaches, his eyes glowing with a sinister intent. Soo-yeon looks at the man with a mix of frustration and resignation. Seriously, nothing good ever happens when I'm with you, she states, her voice tinged with exasperation. The man, clearly distressed, responds quickly, I'm sorry, his voice filled with regret. Soo-yeon takes a moment, her expression softening slightly. But at least we confirmed one thing for sure, she says, her eyes reflecting a newfound determination. The killer's wearing the same outfit as C-Team. Soo-yeon realizes, her eyes narrowing as she processes the information. The figure with the red glow steps forward, a menacing grin on his face. Deathfield, he declares, his voice echoing with a chilling confidence. The knife in his hand gleams ominously, reflecting the sinister red light surrounding him. A massive red dome suddenly forms around the area, enclosing the figures within its ominous glow. The structure hums with energy, casting a foreboding light over the ruined cityscape. The man and Soo-yeon stand within the dome, looking around in shock. The red grid pattern of the dome stretches across the sky, creating an inescapable barrier. What the man mutters, his voice trailing off as he tries to comprehend the situation. The dome's presence looms over them, signaling a new and dangerous development. What do we do? The man asks, panic evident in his voice. Soo-yeon responds decisively, we need to run and hide. Her determination is clear as she assesses the situation. Can we make it? He questions, doubt creeping in. That guy looks fast, Soo-yun counters with urgency. Are you serious right now? Don't you know killers can't run once a deathmatch starts? Her words are a stark reminder of the rules they must navigate. The man questions the effectiveness of hiding, uncertainty in his voice. But will hiding even work? Soo-yun instructs him firmly. Be quiet and just prepare your anti-iron death flashlight like the manual says. Her focus is unwavering as she prepares for the next step. She continues, her mind racing with possibilities. If things go as I hope, she thinks, considering the potential outcomes, the secret savior might come here. Her words carry a mix of hope and anticipation as they face the looming threat. The figure with the red glow lunges forward, his knife poised to strike. His eyes burn with a fierce intensity as he closes in on Soo-yun. Soo-yun, facing the imminent threat, shouts with determination, "So let's hold on." As the knife swings towards her, Soo-yun narrowly evades the attack, her body twisting to avoid the deadly blade. The red light trails behind the weapon, highlighting the danger she faces. Soo-yun grips the anti-iron death flashlight tightly, her eyes locked on the approaching threat. The man beside her, eyes glowing red with intensity, prepares for the confrontation. Suddenly, the anti-iron death flashlight bursts into a brilliant light, illuminating the area with a powerful glow. The intense brightness cuts through the red dome, casting sharp shadows and momentarily blinding the figure advancing towards them. The figure screams in agony, clutching his eyes as the intense light overwhelms him. His voice echoes through the air, filled with pain and surprise. Soo-yun watches the scene unfold, a mix of relief and disbelief on her face. She holds the flashlight firmly, realizing its effectiveness. "This actually works," she says, her voice tinged with astonishment. Soo-yun recalls the manual's instructions, thinking, just like the manual said, shine a strong light on. Suddenly, a powerful punch strikes her, sending her sprawling backward. She clutches the flashlight tightly, trying to maintain her grip as she falls. Soo-yun crashes to the ground, the force of the impact sending debris flying around her. She struggles to maintain her grip on the flashlight as she skids across the rough surface. As she comes to a halt, Soo-yun lifts her head, blood trickling from her mouth. Her eyes are filled with defiance despite the pain. Her thoughts echo in her mind. How foolish! Soo-yun reflects on her mistake, realizing she got too close while celebrating, not considering the figure's thrashing movements. The man, his eyes glowing red, stands menacingly with a knife in hand, casting a shadow over Soo-yun. As she lies on the ground, Soo-yun reaches out, her voice trembling with desperation. "Hansang, help me," she pleads, her face marked with blood and determination. Hansang sprints forward, urgency in his steps. Watching him run, her mind races with thoughts. "I'm glad I didn't accept that confession." Soo-yun lies on the ground, struggling to rise. Her eyes meet his, filled with a mix of pain and determination. "Man, life's so fleeting." The man looms over Soo-yun, his knife raised high, eyes glowing with a menacing intensity. Soo-yun, on the ground, feels a wave of despair wash over her. Her thoughts echo in her mind. To think I'd die like this. Soo-yun, struggling to push herself up, hears a voice in her head. It questions her actions, asking, "Why are your eyes closed?" Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of realization crossing her face. Seongo charges forward with determination with swift motion, stops the attack on time. The impact is fierce, sending shockwaves through the air as Soo-yun watches from the ground, her eyes wide with surprise. The figure stumbles backward, his expression a mix of shock and anger. Seongo remains focused, his body poised for another attack. Seongo delivers a powerful kick to the figure, the impact sending a burst of energy through the air. The Kyler is lifted off his feet, his body arching backward from the force of the blow. Soo-yun watches in shock, her eyes wide as she takes in the scene. Soo-yun looks up, her eyes meeting Seongo's as he extends his hand towards her. Her expression is a mix of surprise and relief. Seongo stands firm, his voice steady and reassuring. "Now's not the time to die," he says, his words carrying a sense of urgency and encouragement. Our MC speaks to Soo-yun, acknowledging her insight. "Your guess was right, Soo-yun," he confirms. He explains that team's leader possesses a psychic-type trait, which allowed him to brainwash his subordinate into becoming a killer. Suyun listens, understanding how this ability enabled them to operate so seamlessly despite their numbers. Siongo then turns his attention to Suyun's condition, asking, "Are your wounds okay?" Suyun looks down at her side, where a green glow emanates from her hand as she heals herself. She responds gratefully, "Yes, thanks to you they're almost healed." Siongo clarifies to Suyun, "Technically it's not thanks to me. It's thanks to your group acting as bait." His words are accompanied by Han Sang lying on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Suyun looks at the scene, her expression somber. She speaks softly, "That person died, didn't they?" Siongo responds with urgency, "Yes, but there's no time to dwell on it." He explains to Suyun that killing a killer with powerful regeneration and durability is currently impossible. His expression is serious as he conveys the gravity of the situation. Suyun looks at them, her eyes wide with concern. She asks, "So you're saying there's no solution?" Her voice carries a hint of desperation. The MC responds calmly, "Normally that would be true." He then starts explaining the structure of a deathmatch. He notes that it is designed so participants inevitably encounter the killer. He continues, describing the aftermath of a death. Even if someone perishes and the death field vanishes, the situation remains dire. Zombies, drawn like magnets, form impenetrable walls, completely blocking any exit. Siongo reveals to Suyun that there is one flaw in the situation. He asks her if she knows why he brought her to this particular location. He explains that the reason is the presence of a skybridge connecting the buildings. Siongo continues his explanation, recalling the moment when the deathmatch was first deployed. He mentions that when the thud echoes again, it signals a critical point in the event. He describes how the killer's excitement reaches its peak during this moment. The scene shifts to show the killer observing the area, with bloodstains visible on the ground. The skybridge connecting the buildings looms in the background, highlighting the strategic importance of their location. Red light blazes from both eyes the killer, his expression filled with intensity and determination. The scene shifts as the death field begins to shrink. A gap opens, creating an opportunity to break through the barrier. Our MC raises a finger, emphasizing the gravity of the moment. "You only get one chance," he states firmly. He continues, explaining the plan to Suyun. "I'll give you a signal, so cross the bridge and escape through the barrier." Suyun listens intently, then expresses her concern. "Okay, I understand. But will you be all right dealing with the killer, Siongo?" Her voice carries a note of worry for his safety. He acknowledges the situation with resolve, stating, "I have no choice." He explains that killers receive a randomly assigned, special skill, which introduces unpredictable variables. To manage these, someone must stay behind to hold them back. He elaborates further, noting that even if they manage to trigger the bug, if they fail to escape, all their plans will be rendered useless. The gravity of the situation is clear as Siongo and Suyun stand on the rooftop, contemplating their next move. After sending Suyun to the third floor, our MC positions himself on the first floor, ready to confront the killer. The heartbeat grows louder and louder as he stands in the dimly lit hallway, his fist clenched tightly. With a swift motion, Siongo steps forward, his voice echoing through the corridor. "Come on!" he shouts, ready to face whatever comes his way. He crouches low, his eyes scanning the dimly lit corridor, sensing a presence nearby. Confusion flickers across his face as he tries to pinpoint the source. "I definitely sense someone, but why?" He trails off, his grip tightening on his shield. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shakes violently. Debris flies through the air as the walls crumble around him. Siongo reacts swiftly, leaping to the side with agility, narrowly avoiding the falling rubble. Our MC braces himself as debris continues to fall around him. His eyes narrow with realization. Damn, the special ability the killer received. He thinks, understanding the gravity of the situation. The scene reveals the killer, emerging with a menacing aura. The killer's ability is now clear wall phasing. This power allows him to move through solid structures effortlessly, making him a formidable opponent. The killer stands confidently, a sinister smile on his face, ready to confront Siongo. The killer swings a knife downward with force. Siongo swiftly dodges the attack, moving to the side. The attacker follows up with a powerful kick aimed at our MC. The protagonist swiftly ducks under the attack. They maintain focus, eyes locked forward. Siongo readies his shield. He delivers a powerful punch to the attacker's face. The killer reels back, smoke rising from their mouth. He remains silent, seemingly stunned. The killer fixed his head looking straight at the protagonist. Siongo reflects on his past experiences in the game, realizing that this level of damage is insignificant. While the killer is walking towards him, our MC thinks that the attacker is under mind control. While avoiding a strike from the killer, he notes that the attacker's patterns are simple and lack self-awareness. The killer swings a weapon with force, but our MC blocks the attack with his shield. As the killer raises his knife while our MC contemplating the situation, he acknowledged the main issue, noting that the attacker grows stronger. They understand this continues until the attacker's excitement peaks. Siongo stops for a moment, wondering if he should just kill him. He brushes it away, moving forward towards the killer. While dodging the attack, he thinks to himself that to increase the chances of indirectly killing Kwon Kyung-jun, he needs to stick to the plan thoroughly. Then he backs away, creating distance. The killer stands ready, a red aura surrounding them. Our MC assess the attacker's condition, noting that stage 2 excitement is near. Suddenly, the killer disappears. In a moment, he charges forward aggressively. Our MC looks on, surprised by the speed. He realizes that the attacker's movements have become faster, not just stronger. The strength of the blow causes our MC to be thrown backwards. He didn't expect the killer has an agility buff skill. He then decides to act until the duration ends, and activates slot 1. Our MC runs forwards with his shield ready to attack, while a blue item summoning between them. A bright explosion of light erupts, filling the area with intense illumination. The protagonist decides that buying time is the best option. He then runs up a spiral staircase, moving quickly. Su Yayan shouts, "Siongo!" from above. She warns that the barrier is shrinking and zombies are building walls as they close in. Siongo responds, "Not yet." He instructs her to keep watching outside until he gives the signal. Siongo declares he will hold the attacker off on the second floor. Su Yayan responds with an affirmative, "Okay." Siongo observes the figure with a red aura. He notes that the dark aura has disappeared. Instead, the figure's excitement state is almost at its peak. Siongo grips his weapon tightly. He thinks, which means, as he prepares for action. While the killer attacks, our MC think, just a few more seconds. The killer charges forward with intensity, swinging his weapon down with force. Our MC blocks the attack with his shield. The clash creates a burst of energy between them. The protagonist lands on the ground, thinking, just a little more. He grit his teeth, thinking, just a bit longer. A glowing red heart appears, pulsing intensely. The killer holds his head, releasing a powerful energy burst. The energy surges around him, creating a dramatic effect. Siongo acknowledges him reaching stage 3 excitement state. He then shouts, "Suyun now." Suyun exhales, saying, "Then." She shouts, "I'm going," as she runs forward. She ascends a staircase quickly. Below, a crowd of people is visible, looking up. A red grid barrier surrounds the area, creating a tense atmosphere. Suyun runs forward with determination. Zombies reach out towards her, growling menacingly. She moves swiftly, avoiding their grasp. Suyun dodges the reaching hands of the zombies. She leaps into the air, narrowly avoiding their grasp. Suyun thinks, "Done," as she lands safely. She reflects, "I really escaped the deathfish." Suyun glances back at the red grid barrier. She thinks, "But if we delay any longer, Siongo will." She then shouts to Siongo that the zombies are blocking the entrance completely, urging him to hurry and get out. Siongo responds with determination, "Got it." He runs forward with urgency. The ground cracks beneath his feet. Debris flies into the air as he continues moving. A powerful force erupts as a hand emerges from the ground. Siongo shields himself from the impact. Our MC thinking, "This is insane. He can phase up through the ceiling too." He then addresses Mr. Killer, suggesting they stop fighting. Our MC stands amidst smoke, marked by red crosshairs. The killer charges forward, grinning while slashing the figure in front of him. But he wasn't there, only smoke. The killer was surprised looking around. Our MC declare, "You won't find me." Siongo points a gun, suggesting, So if you just stay lying there, I save bullets. He continues, and you don't get hurt. Sounds good, right? Pointing the gun, suggesting, sleep for a few minutes. When you wake up, the world will look different. A crowd of zombies is seen struggling, reaching out desperately. Suddenly a door summoned there as Siongo declaring, open gate. He jumps from it and declares, close gate. The portal closes, leaving a swirling energy. He leaps forward through the crowd, running towards Su Yayan, who asks, how did you break through the zombie wall? She asks, I don't understand what's happening. He grabs her hand, saying, you can understand later. Let's run for now. Once the death field completely disappears, the zombies will start targeting them for real. The killer isn't dead yet either. Su Yayan suggests going back home. Siongo firmly says, no. He decides, we're heading to the time shelter. She questions, what? Why there? He explains, to pit the killer against Sea Party. Su Yayan questions, but the killer is being controlled by Sea Party's leader. Siongo concludes, probably not anymore. The protagonist running, recalling that the video mentioned all negative effects on the killer disappear when a deathmatch ends. Su Yayan thinks this means the brainwashing gets removed too. She realizes Siongo's plan from the beginning. He acknowledges, you catch on quick, as he declares, kill the killer, protect the shelter, and give C-Team hell. Turning to her he said, fighting injustice with injustice is fair, isn't it?